Good morning, everybody. I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Susie Duranzo. I'm your acting county manager for the month of December. And I would like to welcome everybody else, or everybody, our supervisor-elect, our elected officials, and also our staff to this orientation that we have in Mohave County. I would like to acknowledge the presence of our supervisor, Gary Watson, who's joining us. We have our supervisor-elect, Ms. Hildy Angus, Mr. Steve Moss, and Ms. Joy Brotherton. We have invited other elected officials from the cities, but I don't see anyone here. However, I would also like to welcome and thank the elected officials who are here today, who acknowledged and accepted their invitation to participate in this orientation with the supervisor-elect. I think it's a good showing for all of us that elected officials and county management are together. And with this orientation, we hope to be able to have our initial dialogue with our supervisor-elect. I'm not sure if there's any member of the public who's here, but if there are, we would also welcome you. This is a good opportunity to see our county government operations and the services that your government provides for you. As it is an orientation for a supervisor-elect, this is not a public hearing. No legal decisions will be made, and the dialogue will be restricted to the supervisor-elect, elected officials, and county management. You have in front of you the agenda for this morning. We are going to have our elected officials to do the presentation this morning, and we're going to have a break. We're going to come back in the afternoon to do the county management at this point. For everybody else, I would probably like our supervisor-elect to stand up so you will be recognized and people will see you. Ms. Hildy Angus, Mr. Steve Moss, and Ms. Joy Brotherton. I hope that this is the initial dialogue we're going to have with you. And although we're going to have very limited time for questions in this meeting, we're probably going to continue this dialogue during our tour, where you will have the opportunity to be in the offices and work and speak to the management team of those organizations and departments. And we hope to be able to continue further a dialogue with you when you're seated as members of the board. And with our elected officials, I hope that we will also continue the dialogue with you, county management and elected officials as well. With this, I would like to introduce our first speaker for our elected official. We have Matt Smith from our county. Oh, okay. Sorry. This is not Mike Smith.
I am not Matt Smith. My name is Bill Ekstrom, and I was county attorney some years ago. I currently work with the Board of Supervisors and county staff on legal issues. Matt had a conflict and couldn't make it today, so just asked me if I'd come by and say a few words about the county attorney's office, which I'm always happy to do. The Mohave County Attorney's Office has historically been about the third busiest office in the state in terms of filing of felonies and handling cases. We're behind Maricopa and Pima County, and pretty close with Yuma County and Pinell County these days. But it's been a very busy county attorney's office. And I believe it's probably one of the most outstanding offices in the state, particularly today. We have a lot of lawyers, 15 lawyers who do nothing but criminal. They're basically understaffed, but as a result of having tremendous support staff in the office, I mean, really, we have legal secretaries that are doing the work of the lawyers. We've managed to put together, I think, a very efficient and well-run office. And to carry out our primary function, which is prosecution of criminals, we are responsible for prosecuting all felons who commit crimes in Mohave County, and we handle the misdemeanors that commit crimes in the rural areas. But the felonies is our primary focus in prosecution. I think we do a good job of that. I think we recognize the limitations of the justice system, the financial limitations of the county and the criminal justice system, and try to do what's right. A lot of cases are pled out, but they're not pled out because we're being expedient. If a so-called plea bargain is a bargain for a criminal, it's wrong. We don't believe in that. We believe in getting justice, that's the primary function and goal of prosecutors. So prosecution, as I pointed out, is I think the primary function of the office. And we handle, there's about 147 different statutory responsibilities of the county attorney's office. Among those are representing the livestock inspector, we represent county staff, and the grand jury. We give advice to the grand jury. We represent law enforcement, Sheriff Sheehan's office. We have tremendous respect for law enforcement and the hard work they do and the dangerous job they have. It's an honor to represent them, and I hope we work well together as a team, as we always have over the years. And in some counties, I can tell you this, the county attorney's office and the sheriff don't get along that well. In Mohave County, we've always had a very good, respectful relationship, thanks to the class of the sheriff's office, and I think the willingness of our lawyers to be flexible and pay attention to the needs of law enforcement as well as our own needs and concerns as prosecutors. We also have several different functions in the office I want you to be aware of. We have a bad check program that prosecutes and manages bad checks sent in by local businesses. That is pretty much self-sufficient. We earn enough in fines from the bad check program to pay for the entire program itself. So we do a lot of proactive work in that program. We go to businesses and explain what to do so they don't get bad checks in the first place. And we also make certain that if a check is a bad check, that it's processed quickly and efficiently and the business person can get their money. That's very well received by the business community. You might have heard of the Magnet Drug Unit. That was the first drug unit in the state. It was started in Mohave County, still very active. Focuses primarily on people who make a profit of selling drugs. While we have some sympathy for users, certainly we have none whatsoever for individuals who seek to make a profit by ruining other people's lives by exposing them to drugs and things of that nature. We have other functions. We have a victim witness program, which it really started here. I think we had the first victim program in the state. It's really expanded. The legislature's picked up on it. We passed a victim's Bill of Rights. We passed a number of laws that require notification of victims, require some information from victims in the disposition of cases, basically getting victims involved, as they should be. The criminal justice system seems to be criminal-focused. They even named it after them. But we want to have a system that's victim-focused. And I think the county attorney's office does a good job at that. Quickly, a couple other things we do. We have a civil division that handles the county government, the board of supervisors, and various issues that come before the government. We have 3 lawyers assigned to that. The civil division also handles school districts and fire districts, and virtually any county department from procurement to animal control. So the civil division is very busy. We're located up in this building on the 3rd floor, and that's in all likelihood where you'll have the most contact, is with myself as board counsel and Bob Taylor and Dolores Milkey, who are the lawyers in the office. Bob is a chief civil deputy, is in effect my boss. So with that, I heard a bell go off over there. Was that a buzzer, Susie? I heard something over there. So I feel like one of these speakers coming in to explain Triangle Airport. And anyway, that's the substance of what the county attorney's office does. Our Office of Civil People are available to you as board members for direction and advice. I find it is my goal to make sure that we do the best to help you do your job the best you can. So thank you for your attention, and let someone else talk. Thank you.
Before we recognize our superintendent, I would like also to recognize Ms. Cindy Cox, who is our treasurer-elect. Okay. At this point, you want to come forward and join them? Thank you. At this point, I'd like to introduce our school superintendent, Mike File.
Superintendent or supervisors-elect, I want to thank you for being here, and this is a great idea. After 16 years here and having never done this, Susie and everyone involved should be applauded. This is awesome. I want to let you know, as the county school superintendent, and a lot of people think, like in other states, we are the end with all when it comes to schools. In the state of Arizona, that is not correct. What we are, and what I need you to understand, and Mr. Moss will understand this, as being a former school board member, the county school superintendent's office has 3 major roles. We act as the auditors for the school. Assessors assess, treasurer collects the taxes. We make sure that the schools are spending those funds correctly. And in that manner, using the proper fund accounts, and to make sure that the money is in those accounts when expended. That's our #1 duty as the county school superintendent. Number two is we run elections. As you know, in the past, just this last election cycle, we, every 2 years, there's election for school board members. We run those elections with the help of the elections department. And with Alan Tempert and his staff, we work very well together in making sure that those elections take place. One of the other things that we do, and it has decreased in numbers with the increase of online charter schools that parents now have the opportunity to be part of. We run the homeschooling for our county, as do the county school superintendents for all 15 other counties. Those numbers have decreased rapidly. When I took over 16 years ago, there were well over 1,500 homeschool students in Mohave County. We're down to roughly about 500. So those online charter schools, and there are over 600 of them online, which Arizona pays into and participates in. Most of those students now are part of those online schools, and some are very good. I have to give those online charter schools kudos for that. They do a very good job. One of the other duties that we have, and that changed 3 years ago, upon recommendations from school boards, if they are not able to come up with and give me a name for a vacant board seat, I will take those names and interview those candidates they give me and make a selection. 3 years ago, that changed as a result of growth of site charter schools, which have school boards, board of supervisors, when you will be seated. If there's a vacancy, you make that appointment. In the past, the county school superintendents were charged with that sole duty. Well, we got to talking with legislators, and we wanted to make that change. They're elected bodies. Why shouldn't they be able to make that decision? So that process and transition took place 3 years ago, and has transitioned very well in Mohave County. But just as tomorrow, I'll be interviewing school board members for the Kingman School Board to make an appointment there. So that's a real fun part of the job. Now, as it comes in my relationship with the board, a lot of things, and I'll give you over 16 years the questions that I've dealt with other county board of supervisors. One of the things that you, or calls I've had in the past, are about tax rates. My school taxes have gone through the roof, right, Mr. Moss? and I will say to you, if you could please have those people contact me or their local school district offices, because school boards set taxes. What happens in August, in the third week, third Monday, there will be a meeting where you will be asked to set those rates, but the setting of those rates is purely for the treasurer's office to collect those taxes. You don't set them. They're elected bodies. So when you get that question and they start, why did you do that? You didn't do it. Those local bodies, school boards did. Okay? So I just ask that you would, and you have that information in front of you and on your drive, is just have them contact us. We'll be happy to look through it. And some of the neat things that we look through is we find that maybe there was a change in, from commercial to real estate that in their real estate that they didn't look at. Maybe there was increase in assessment, those type of things. Because I can tell you, school boards taxes haven't gone up in a long time, particularly in Mohave County. And what's the other thing? That was about it. So I just look forward to working with you. Two of the offices that I work closely with are the treasurer and the elections department. So if you ever have any questions, give me a call. You have the information there. You get any questions from the public? Because like working direct, sometimes if you try being the go-between, that tend to skew things a little bit. So look forward to working with you.
For your information, we have those flash drives for you. Most of the presentation that you're going to see this morning and this afternoon are all in the flash drive for you, so you can have the opportunity to view it later. We're also recording this orientation for future reference as well. At this time, we would like to call our assessor, Ron Nicholson.
We're about ready to have so much fun in the next 4 years. The relationship between you as supervisors and the assessor is a close one, because between you and what I do impacts the tax bill on every single person that owns property in this county. We together determine what our portion of the tax bill is going to be. Now, generally, that portion is only about 16 to 19% of the total tax bill that anyone receives. That is usually the county's portion. Let me start off by taking you through my PowerPoint very quickly. And I will say quickly, one year, the first year, I gave a speech that lasted too long, and I ended up being last for the rest of my life. So, okay, current status. Since 2007, due to the county's no new hire policy, the assessor's office has lost 16.5 of its employees. That's a 28% reduction in staff. Our vehicle allotment has been reduced from 12 vehicles to just 6, which are used by the 25 appraisers and staff whose jobs require the use of such vehicles. We have just 2 vehicles for each of our 3 offices. That's Kingman, Havasu, and Bullhead City. Every day we examine every recorded conveyance that impacts title, legal description, addresses, and ownership, and enter the changes into our evaluation database. Deeds are evaluated for chain of title and correct legal. If problems are found that we cannot continue to show the ownership in the manner that they're requesting, then we send out letters to the parties, not telling them what to do, just pointing out that we see a problem regarding what we do, and ask them to check with their attorneys and see if they can resolve this. I'm adding to this as I go. We had 3 deeds staff. These are ladies who are trained to read the legals, read those deeds, and do the conveyance and enter it into our database in the correct manner. We are performing this function. We now have only 1. We are going on 4 weeks behind. We have only 1 staff member left to read affidavits. Remember, this is a full disclosure state. So in a full disclosure state, when there are sales, they're required, usually the escrow officers fill these out, and they are required to file or record in our county, I believe, an affidavit of sale giving the terms of the transaction, the sales price, and whatever. We then use those sales prices, if they're qualified sales, to justify doing the valuing all the property in the county. As I was saying, we have only 1 staff member left to read, evaluate, and enter this. Our drawers contain backlogged affidavits needing to be evaluated. Every year, we are mandated to value all parceled land, that's 251,823 parcels in Mohave County, at an area consisting of roughly 16,600 square miles and incorporating both sides of the Grand Canyon. We have lost 5 land appraisers, including our land supervisor, who we have not been allowed to replace. The Bullhead office is without a land appraiser. We have just 3 land appraisers attempting to render 251,823 unique values every year. We are failing. It takes 5 years to fully train an appraiser to attain Department of Revenue certifications and competency. Trained appraisers are a valuable resource and must be trained in-house. We can run ads, but nobody's going to come here from elsewhere. We haven't had that kind of response. Where was I here? We invest considerable money in their training and travel. We have lost 8 appraisers, 2 in Bullhead, 5 in Kingman, and 1 in Havasu. All real and personal property must be revalued every year. This is an important point. It isn't just new construction. That's a small portion of what my staff do. Once that structure is in place and that land is always there, we have to go back and revalue it every year according to new circumstances. This workload does not diminish. Our loss of competent staff is seriously challenging our ability to meet our statutory mandates, our ability to render accurate values, and our ability to service the public. Cartography. Our cartography department renders our digitized parcel maps for the entire county and is the basis for GIS mapping available to all on the internet. This year, they handled 156 plats, 8 subdivisions, 641 canceled parcels, 727 new parcels, and 8 taxing districts boundary changes. We're down 2 cartographers. Cartographers that are trained and competent are not a readily available resource. We need to anticipate and begin the process of hiring and training replacements to attain the level of competency that will be required when this market gets going again. Personal property. Our personal property department has a staff of 5. They handle all the exemptions, the business personal property listing and valuations, IPRs, personal property and mobile homes. They also man the front desk counter located in the county front lobby regarding inquiries from the public. They handle 1,800 business personal property accounts, 6,312 personal property mobiles, 231 IPRs, that's improvements on possessory rights, all of which must be relisted and reevaluated every year. Valuation mandates. The assessor is charged with listing and valuing all real property in the county every year. 4,884 commercial buildings and land, 88,374 residential homes, condos, and apartment buildings, 150,222 vacant land parcels. We mailed out this last February 251,823 valuation notices. We also mailed out 1,463 notices of change in September. We mailed out 8,342 personal property valuations in July. And then we went on, my staff had to go on and handle the appeals. We initially value all property listed using statistics and software in a computer. With statistics, there's always a valuation spread. Some values will be too low. We never hear from these people. Some will be too high. These are the ones we usually hear from, and we do encourage them to appeal. We generally anticipate 2,000 appeals and 200 tax court cases a year. Over 90% of these receive reductions. My staff use fee appraiser methodologies in appeals so as to recognize the uniqueness of the property. Appeals occur year-round and are time-intensive. Our relationship. Budgets determine tax rates and the amount of property tax. The assessor, that's me, and my staff, is mandated to seek market value. During this recession, assessed values have decreased as much as 50% or more. Taxing entities, of which you are one, we are one, determine their budgets every year and then set a tax rate to accomplish those budgetary goals. With declining valuations, taxing entities have deemed it necessary to increase tax rates to achieve those budgetary goals. The county's contribution to the tax bill runs between 15% and 20%. The rest is due to the other taxing entities and their budgets. Every year, assessors in Arizona, myself, are mandated by statute to submit our levy limit calculations to the PTOC, that's the Property Tax Oversight Commission, in the first part of February. The worksheets determine the maximum amount that you, as a Board of Supervisors, can vote to increase the property tax revenue budget. The maximum increase by law is 2% from one year to the next. And I calculate the maximum tax rate that you can approve to achieve that goal. Yet, as supervisors, you may approve any rate that is below that limit. You will receive additional tax revenue from any new construction my office has been able to capture in the past year. This is being added to the tax base. We calculate this and submit it with the levy limit worksheet in February. Property tax revenue currently contributes roughly 39% or more to the general fund. The legislature, because it was my understanding there's going to be legislators here. But this involves us too, because we all are members of ACO. You as supervisors will be members of the Supervisorial Association, which all impact what the legislature passes and take positions regarding new law. 99% of the assessor's duties are mandated by laws passed by the state legislature. True change on behalf of our property owners demands legislative involvement. We must stay involved and lobby the legislature to craft good law. I have actively lobbied the legislature for 16 years and have successfully helped craft new law every year. Mohave County has led the way in the passage of property tax law. I seek your continued support for this very, very important role. What happened? Oh, okay. Yeah, I have just a few other comments. This legislature recently passed HB 2001, wherein my staff are mandated to identify those homes that are owner-occupied. Those that do not qualify will be seeing a tax increase, and you'll be hearing about it. Prop 117 was passed by the legislature, and the people just recently lowering their taxable value increases and will require valuation software changes. You used to see increases in your limited property value of 10% or more every year. Now that will not increase more than 5%. That will also probably impact at some time in the future during inflation your decision on how to set the tax rates. In short, I have 53 staff valuing over $15 billion of property currently every single year. You as supervisors are going to get calls from your constituency concerned about their value. Believe me, everybody has an opinion on their value. You will then, as a practice, call me up. I will give it to my staff. I will look into it. We'll meet with your concerned constituent, and we'll get back to you with our answer so that you will know how we feel about it, and we'll talk about it. And I think this is a way we can best serve our constituents. I look forward to working with all of you. Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you, Ron. We have Carol Meyer, our county recorder.
Good morning. My name is Carol Meyer, and I'm your current Mohave County Recorder. Belva Perry is my Chief Deputy, and Christy Rayovich is my Admin Secretary. You said all I had to do was push the button. Okay. My organizational structure and staffing, the recording is on the first floor. That's the operations, and there's 4 staff currently. Indexing is on the second floor. I have 4 staff and 1 Title V employee. Voter registration, Kim Stewart is the supervisor, also handles early voting. She has 4 staff plus 12 temporary employees. And the temporary employees are during election time. We have to have staff to run an election. Records management, Robert Ballard is my record manager. He has 3 staff plus 1 Title V employee. Open positions due to hiring freeze, I have 6 open positions. A Title V employee, you may be wondering, Title V employees are employees that have retired and have come to the terrible conclusion that they can't live on their limited income. So the county, under Susie's supervision, we train them to go back to the workforce. And that's what my department is doing with Susie's help. Okay. My capital budget is the recorder surcharge, voter registration, and combined operational budget is $1,599,790. The recorder's budgeted capital expenditures is $9,120, and I just haven't. I've got it there. We were going to use it for something and just haven't. It's still there. Projected revenues because of the down market. $712,755. In prior years, the Recorder's General Fund was self-supporting in the good times. Okay, office and operations locations. The Recorder's office has offices located on the first and second floor of this main admin building. The Recorder's Management Division is located at 802 Beale Street. The Records Imaging Department is located on the second floor of the main administration building and houses a fully functional micrographic lab. The warehouse facility, formerly the County Jail Annex, is located at 770 West Beale Street. Voter Registration and Early Voting Division has offices located on the second floor of the main administration building. Early voting sites are operational in all 3 cities during election cycle. The Recorder's Office provides recording, receiving, indexing, and reproduction of documents for the public. The Records Management Division is responsible for the effective management of all county records, which involves the receipt, storage, retrieval, retention, and disposition of county records. The Voter Registration Early Voting Division includes maintenance of voting records, absentee voting, and elections and petition validation. Assets maintained. The department maintains historical records dating back to 1863. We're responsible for the permanent preservation of these records in paper, microfilm, and digital format. By state statute, all records must be made available to the public during normal business hours for viewing, research, and copies. The provision by we also monitor the provision of climate control in all 3 locations because we have to preserve these records. We oversee other departments' confidential records and equipment. Commissions, committees, and programs. I'm the vice president of the Arizona Recorders Association. Robert Ballard is a member of the Arizona Historical Records Advisory Board. Kim Stewart is a member of the Certified Elections Registration Administrator and support of the Kodak InfoGuard Quality Monitoring Program since 2008 for micrographics quality control. 7 of my staff are certified election officers and have a handwriting certification also so that we can every other year, we have to be recertified and through handwriting and everything. So, awards and special accomplishment. We partnered with a data information vendor to exchange indexing information and images to increase our digital library with a potential savings to the county of more than $500,000. Manage the warehouse, providing on-call security, management, access, and facility control 24/7. Move numerous departments using off-site paid storage units into one secure location as a cost-saving measure and to increase efficiency and access. Excuse me. Manages the Record Management Division at 802 Beale Street, providing a secure facility for digitalization and various department records of a confidential nature. Questions?
Thank you, Carol. I would like to present our sheriff, Tom Sheehan.
Thank you, Susie, and good morning, supervisors-elect. For those of you that are in the room here today, besides our new supervisors, I spent quite a bit of time with them on last Friday. We did a tour of the jail, we did a tour of the sheriff's office, explained how our 911 system works, the crime lab, so we had a very, very good visit, and I hope you got a lot of what we presented to you. And what I wanted to do this morning is just briefly explain to you about the old jail that you're going to be touring, I believe, tomorrow, and again with the help of Dana on Friday. Thank you, Dana, for helping host. To explain, from where we were at to where we're at right now, give you a little timeline of what had happened back in the 70s and the 80s to show where we're at right now with building the new county jail, which we opened December 11th, 2 years ago, and so we're very excited to do that. I came here to the sheriff's office in 1981, and I found out a lot of information about what had happened in the past on the jails, and I'll give you a little description of what was going on. Back in the 70s, the jail was in the basement of the courthouse. And there's courtrooms now, but that was actual the county jail, and it supposed to house 77 inmates. Well, when I moved here in 81, the jail had about 135 to 140 inmates, so it was double capacity. And can you imagine down in the basement of the courthouse? Very dangerous, place to house the inmates. Nobody wants to coddle inmates, but by law, we have to make sure they are safe in their surroundings, and it was a very unsafe place. A lot of assaults had occurred. In fact, a couple of riots had occurred in a place. Anybody that's been here for a while remembers T Lockup, very famous place. In fact, the chief deputy got hit in the head with a pipe at that time. Not my chief deputy, Jim McCabe. I know you might have thought he may have some issues from being hit in the head one time, but no, Jim's a great chief deputy, been my chief deputy for 16 years. But the chief deputy did get hit in the middle of the forehead with a pipe. And very, very dangerous place. And then in October of about 1982, I believe it was, there was a mass escape from the jail. 8 prisoners escaped from the jail and locked corrections officers in, and it was about 2 hours before anybody knew that the people had escaped. So major, major issues. At that time, I think, Bill, you represented the county. You was the county attorney. Inmates filed a lawsuit against the county because of the very dangerous conditions at the county jail system, and the inmates won in the federal court, and it was a consent decree, and a federal mandate came down, and what that was is the county was mandated to provide certain things for the inmates every day. We had to provide a phone. I mean, in that, the way the jail was built, we had to run telephones with 50-foot long cords into the cells in order for them. We had to give them phone calls. We had to make sure they had an exchange of clothes and underwear every day. We had to have so many calories in their meals. We had to give them so much visitation time. We had to give them so much outside yard time. So what had happened at that time is the county basically was being controlled by the federal government. And that's your worst nightmare. The last thing is you want to do is have the federal government telling you what to do, especially as county elected officials. So Sheriff Bill Richardson at that time, so he had a lot of duties and responsibilities that was forced upon the county. The county was also forced into building a county jail at that time, and that's the one that you'll be touring, I believe, tomorrow, and we call the old jail, because we have the old jail, we have the old jail, which is the courthouse, basement of the courthouse, and then the old jail, which is the one that I believe is record storage in there right now. So the county was forced to build a county jail, and it went to a vote of the public 3 different times. The first 2 times it went down, and the third time it went before the public, and they voted for it. But unfortunately, it was totally inadequate, the funding, to build the appropriate jail at that time. So it was about $4 million, and the jail was built to house 240 inmates. Well, it was completed in 1986, in November of 1986, and at that time I was a lieutenant in the sheriff's office, and I was entrusted to open up that new jail and run the new jail for the first couple of years, which I did. As soon as we moved in there, we were close to capacity. And in fact, within about 5 years, by the early 90s, we were already overcrowded, and we were contacting other counties to house some of our inmates and paying other counties to house our inmates because we had a cap from that federal mandate on the jail, how many inmates we could house. So we couldn't house more than 240. If we had 300 inmates, guess what? They're going to Cucanino or they're going to some other county, and we had to pay. So it was a very, very costly proposition. When I took over as sheriff in 1997, one of the most important things that I wanted to do is get out of that federal mandate. With that great help from Bill Ekstrom at that time, who was our county attorney, and working with the attorney for the inmates, we were able to get out of that federal inmate. So we've been out of that federal inmate and on our own operation since about 2002. So we operated ourselves. What had happened in this jail over a period of time since 1986, as we get into the 2000s and mid-2000s, we're at the situation again that we were at in the early 90s, a very dangerous situation. And not only dangerous for the inmates, but the public because of escapes and the officers that work there every day. So we had to build a new jail and make sure we did it before the feds came in and told us we had to do it again. So that's why we built the jail. And we are, great operation. You saw what the planning that we did into the jail, that were roughed out areas, and it will be able to utilize that jail for many, many years to come. The jail that was built in '86, there was no way at all to expand it. That was totally inadequate, and it was a very dangerous place. And you'll see tomorrow, you won't believe that we were operating that up to 2 years ago, since 1986. So that's kind of a history of that facility, what we're doing in the jail system. It's going to be a pleasure working with the 3 of you. and we met over the campaign trails over the last year, and you'll see that not only the Sheriff's Office, we have a great professional operation, but as Bill said, we work closely with them, all our county offices, and throughout the entire county government. I'm very proud to have been part of this for 32 years, and I look forward to working with you, and welcome to the club. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. At this time, I would like to present Judge Gertler from the Superior Court.
Good morning. Congratulations on your elections. We look forward to the swearing-in ceremony. Gary, we thank you for this wonderful idea for the orientation. Kip Anderson will be handling the court presentation as Ellen Palomino and I have a meeting with the criminal judges on instituting Project SAFE, which will hopefully reduce down the amount of time that we have people spending in the Mohave County Jail. I would have you note that Bill referenced the fact that the county attorney's office historically is the third highest felony filings in the state. The sheriff has commented how we've had to take prisoners from the jail in the past to other counties to house them. Well, historically, Mohave County, despite having the third highest felony filings, ends up being only in 7th position with respect to the number of judicial positions as well as support staff to handle that type of case filing. So, having said that, I will turn it over to our court administrator, Kip Anderson. Again, congratulations and thank you.
Thanks, Judge, I guess. It's a pleasure to be able to be here and present. Just following up on what Judge Gertler mentioned, I probably don't need to say anything more. Verlin's office is in the old jail that Sheriff Sheehan just mentioned, the old jail, and we have the third highest felony filing, so you can tell that we're a busy court. I just have a short presentation. I'll go quickly. The mission of the Mohave, this is our mission statement for the Mohave County Courts. The mission of the Mohave County Courts of Mohave County is to uphold the laws of the land. We shall resolve disputes and legal matters and serve the public in a fair, timely, consistent, and professional manner. In late 2007, early 2008, we met as all the courts, Superior Court, the Clerk of the Court, the Justice Courts, all the courts met, the Probation Department. We put together a strategic plan, and this was our mission statement that we came up with, and we've been using that to kind of guide and direct our operations. You can find our strategic plan on our website, mohavecourts.az.gov. It's there. You can look at it. We're in the process of hopefully getting some grant money, and then in early 2013, updating and revising our strategic plan to bring it more current. The courts have their genesis, their role coming out of our Arizona Constitution, Article 6, that gives us direction and guidance on on some of our responsibilities and duties. And as you can see, they're listed. Those are some of the things that we want to ensure that we provide individual rights, serve as the guardians of the Constitution, that we keep justice open to all, and that we are, provide an essential balance within the government in our role as the courts. Whoops. I've posted here an organizational chart, and when Verlin gets up, she may say, well, why am I way down over here? I'm an elected official, have my own. We just threw all the courts on there. The presiding judge, Judge Gertler, is appointed by the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Justice Birch. He has administrative responsibilities over all of the court functions within the county. And so we've pulled this together just as a demonstration to show the different levels of the organization of the courts, to list all the different judges. And I see Judge Lambert will be talking later too, so I don't want to step on his toes or Verlin's or our Chief Darrell Reeves as well. They'll have some more information on that. But we wanted to just present that to give you some idea of the function. I mentioned our strategic plan. We published it in 2008, and we had 5 key areas: access and customer service, fair and timely dispute resolution, court facilities. You can see them there: motivated, competent, and in our community understanding. We put together 5 committees, and within the courts,
including our judges, court staff, court managers, and tried to work on those areas to make improvements within our court system. We've accomplished a lot of good things, and certainly that hasn't just been by our staff. We've also had support from county staff, from our judicial partners that have helped us accomplish many of these goals. And there's just a few listed there. Recently, under access and customer service, there's been some web videos that we've put up on our website. Verlin's office has been involved in that. We've published a library resource guide that we've put out there for the public. We've done some pro-per workshops with the bar, and we're continuing to hopefully expand in those areas. I would just mention on our court facilities, we've appreciated the help of county finance and the county in building and enhancing some of our court facilities. We added on a jury room and a new entrance on the old historic courtroom here in Kingman. We recently expanded in Lake Havasu. They put on a new entrance to help with security and make that facility a little better. With Supervisor Watson's support, we were able to finally get a new building up in the Colorado Strip area. A great accomplishment. That had been going on for many years, our new North Canyon Justice Court. And someday we hope to get Verlin out of the old jail and into the old jail, and maybe perhaps get in a new law and justice facility. So that's certainly one of our goals, and will continue to be one of our goals. I want to just mention that we've got a lot of other things that we've done. We've recently just published our annual report. We've been doing this for 3 years now. This is our third one. I didn't bring copies, but I'll have copies for you tomorrow. You're coming through our facility, and we've also got it on our website as well. This details some of the things that we've done in the last year. And then just to mention our budget, we appreciate the support of the county. As you can see, a lot of our funding, a majority of our Superior Court funding, this is just our Superior Court budget. Darrell, Verlin, the Justice Courts have their individual budgets as well, but a lot of that comes through our general fund, and we appreciate that support. As I mentioned, we have some important functions that we have to do, and so we appreciate the budget support to get those functions done. And in closing, I just would mention again the support from the board in establishing our new 7th Constitutional Division. We're excited about that. As you know, the governor just recently posted the opening, so there's people can submit applications for that 7th Division. So we're looking forward to that, and we'll probably be coming to the board shortly to talk about some expansion in our Lake Havasu facility to build out another courtroom there. But we appreciate the support of the board and the county, and we look forward to working with you, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Kip. We have Verlin Tennell, our clerk of the Superior Court.
Thank you and welcome. It's exciting to have a 5-member board, and welcome to you also, Cindy. I don't have a PowerPoint, so I'll just kind of go from my notes, but really excited to work with the new board and appreciate this opportunity and those who are involved in putting it together. My office has 3 locations: College down in Lake Havasu, Train down in Bullhead City, and then the main office here in the courthouse at the old jail. We do store our stuff in the old jail, so we look forward to someday getting out of the old jail as well as the sheriff did. But we have 43 employees. 4 of those employees are in Bullhead City and 4 in Lake Havasu City, because we do have Superior Court judges that are assigned to those divisions, and probably there's no place in our courthouse to put them if those were to go away. Out of those 43 employees, I have a chief deputy clerk. We also staff courtroom clerks for 8 of the full-time judges for those. That also include the jury clerk, the finance clerk, the counter clerks, probate clerks, all the others. That includes all those 43. The Mohave County Clerk of the Superior Court is also the probate registrar as well as the jury commissioner. Our office is an impartial office, and basically we are the record keeper for the courts, the superior courts. We're governed by Arizona revised statutes and the rules of the Supreme Court. Although we are funded by the county, we fall under the umbrella of the Superior Court, or excuse me, the Supreme Court. However, the clerk is responsible for his or her office, personnel, budgets, and all of that stuff. Our office works very closely with all of the Superior Court judges, as well as the presiding judge and Kip Anderson, the court administrator. We also work with all the other criminal agencies, the county attorney's office, the sheriff's office, public defender, legal defender, public fiduciary, all kinds of other entities, as well as the lower courts. We're kind of a hub for all those. Typical duties in my office would include going to each of the Superior Court hearings. The judges have to have the clerk's office to provide coverage for those. We do the minute entries, then those minute entries go to all the parties in the case. We then send it off to, if it's a criminal case and somebody's going to Department of Corrections, we have to send that off in a, relatively quick manner so that the people can get out of the custody of the jail, whatever. So we keep all the records for the Superior Court, exhibits, any document relative to a case. We also handle all the money transactions for the Superior Court, so fines, restitution, trust monies, whether it's a divorce case or guardianship probate cases. All of that is handled by our office. We issue marriage licenses, process passport applications, process appeals. We're the liaison for child support within the state. State statutes and rules direct our actions in regard to case management, record retention, destruction. It also dictates how we manage not only our office, but our employees' personal lives as well, because some of the actions and our actions 24/7, not just on the clock, are kind of dictated what we can and can't do by the rules and statutes. People within my office serve on many local committees and statewide committees. I've actually served on the National Association for Court Management 2 different terms as one of their board members also. Some of the reasons that we have to sit on, especially statewide committees, is to protect the interests of the Mohave County Superior Court. And a lot of people from a lot of different counties have different ways of wanting to do things, and when the Supreme Court comes down and says this is what you will do, we want to be represented on those committees loud and clear so that what we want and what we need, those goals and ideas are met. So consequently, we spend more time than we would like on committees. Last year, we filed in 10,787 cases. We receipted in $3,699,559. $3,699,559, and our expenditures equaled about $3,500,000. We're a very proactive clerk's office. We have, as Kip mentioned, put a ton of forms on the webpage for our constituents and the people who need to be able to process their own cases or get their own help that way. So we're very proactive with our webpage and our forms that are available to the public. In addition, one of the things that we're real proud of this year, for many years we've been trying to take all of our old microfilm and convert it back into digital images so that that's available to the public. We do not yet have standards by which we can post all of that information online. However, as soon as the state's ready to do that, we'll be the first in line ready to do it, because we're actually the first and the only county that has done that. So that information now is available to our partners, the county attorney's office, public defender, and those who have access to our system. But we're really excited about that. We're one of the few people in the nation, and like I say, the only ones in the state. We look forward to the tour tomorrow, where you'll and Wednesday, where you will be able to tour our facilities. And you'll see why we look forward to someday getting out of the old jail and take our storage out of the old jail. And we look forward to working with you for the next several years. Thank you.
Thank you, Verlin. At this time, I would like to introduce our Chief of the Probation Department, Mr. Darrell Reeves.
Good morning. Pleasure to come before you this morning. I'm going to give you a brief overview of the Mohave County Probation Department. I'm Chief Darrell Reeves. I've got approximately 100 staff and 4 offices throughout the county. And I've provided you with a handout of our organizational structure. I have an assistant chief who oversees the adult division. I have an assistant chief who oversees the juvenile division of our department. I have a juvenile detention administrator who oversees the detention facility that we have right over here next door, our kids' jail, basically what it is. It's a county-run facility. I have a budget manager, a officer safety trainer, which we added this year. I also have a lot of other administrative staff that help us. Like I said, basically about 100 staff. We have a $7.5 million budget. Of that, some of that is Mohave County General Fund dollars, Arizona State dollars coming from the Office of Administrative Office of the Courts of the AOC. We get state treatment budget dollars for both the juvenile and adult supervision of offenders. County detention budget also is part of our budget, and also we receive money from the Arizona Department of Education for our detention school. We have a school where when children are detained in our facility after the age of 18, they can attend classes in the facility and they can work toward the attainment of their GED. We're quite proud of that. I've established a goal earlier this year of attaining 100 GEDs. We're now at 98. We're proud of that. So the kids come in and out of the facility on a semi or unfrequent basis. We have our frequent flyers, we call those who unfortunately come in and out of the facility. But while they're there, they get the same attention to their educational needs as they would if they were in public school. We have, like I said, 4 offices and the juvenile detention facility. The Kingman office is right down the street at 809 East Beale. We have an office in Lake Havasu City, which is also part of the Lake Havasu County building, which you'll be touring, along with the other offices that we have. We have an office in Bullhead City, which is out on Highway 95. Actually, it's more closer to the Fort Mohave area. Right. And we also have an office on the Arizona Strip in St. George, Utah. Now, you may ask yourselves, newly elected supervisors and members of the public, why does the Mohave County Probation Department maintain an office in St. George, Utah? Well, if you've ever been on the Arizona Strip and are at all familiar with that location, it's a kind of an odd situation. We supervise basically juvenile sex offenders in the Colorado City area. And logistically, between there and where we also supervise cases in Littlefield and Beaver Dam, all the way up and including up to Mesquite, Nevada, and another area called Scenic. Logistically, St. George, Utah is in the middle of all of that. So it makes more sense for offenders to be able to come to a centralized location. If we had one on either side of the strip, it wouldn't make a lot of sense. We'd be traveling at least 100 miles every time we had to do a probation visit. So it saves the county money. It just makes more sense. So we maintain a lease on actually it's a sublet area of another office. And then lastly, the other county maintained or leased facility is the juvenile detention facility. It's a 45-bed facility. We basically average around no more than 25 to 30 children in there up to the age of about 17 and a half to 18 until they go into the adult system. Then they would be housed in the adult jail that Sheriff Sheehan talked about. We're quite proud of all these facilities. I've been the chief of the department since November of 2011. We've made a lot of advances in that short period of time. And one of the things that I always try to talk about when I speak to the public is the fact that we serve some basic functions that are tax savings to the county, and also things that are mandated by the court system. We serve as the eyes and the ears of the court in the supervision of juvenile and adult offenders granted a term of probation. Not everyone who comes through the system gets placed on probation, as you well know or may not know. We also complete pre-sentence investigative reports, or what we refer to as PSIs. We do dispositional reports on juveniles coming through the system that aid the court, the judges that we deal with in making important sentencing decisions. These reports include criminal histories, basically a social history of the offender. A recommendation is provided to the judge where we think it would be the best disposition. Ultimately, the judge obviously makes those decisions themselves. We work closely with the county attorney's office. We also work closely with the sheriff's department, the legal defender, the public defender. We work closely also with the clerk of the court, court administration. We work closely with many different of the areas of the Superior Court. Our presiding Judge Gertler is quite active in our department. He also is meeting with our other judges regarding this program that the AOC has mandated that every county department roll out, which is called Project Safe. Judge Gertler spoke about that. That is a program that will allow for swift sanctions of offenders who will hopefully not be housed in the local jail longer than they have to be. That's also a cost savings to the county. Basically, our mission statement is brief. We protect the public in the ways that I've already described. We serve justice and we change lives. We attempt to do that each and every day. One of the things we talk about in probation work is we try to instill long-term behavioral pro-social change. Now, it's a long list of words, but that's what we try to do, instill in offenders, both juvenile and adult. That's what we're mandated to do, and that's what we do quite well. Like as I already said, we have two offices that in the Kingman and the Lake Havasu area that are county maintained or county maintained and taking care of buildings. We also have two leases, the one you'll be touring also in Bullhead, and also the one in what you won't see in St. George, but certainly at a later date, if you're welcome to come and I would invite you to come, as I have the AOC's adult and juvenile administrators that came up with me and toured those areas and seen what we do. Certainly welcome at any time to come with us and do that. We have the 32-bed juvenile detention facility I talked about. The county also gives us radios for the detention facility. They provide us with dollars for officer safety equipment. These include ballistic vests, firearms, ammunition, duty belts, and impact weapons. Yes, we do carry weapons. We are certified to do that. And we have the same training that police officers and sheriff's deputies go through as well regarding the maintaining and carrying of firearms. Every officer who comes through the department is provided firearms training. They can choose after they complete the training if they want to carry or not. It's a personal decision. But we feel it's important for them to have that knowledge at the front end, and then they can decide afterward what they want to do with it. The county also provides us with computers for the adult division. Juvenile computers that are used for our division are provided by the AOC or the state. And they also, like the other county agencies, were provided with a certain amount of vehicles, both county and state. We're very proud of our Community Advisory Board, our CAB. Supervisor-elect Moss has attended our CAB. He understands it quite well. We're one of the few, or maybe the last functioning community advisory board in the state of Arizona. This board helps with juvenile matters, helps guide and shape policy. Most recently, it was involved with the endorsement of some things that have came before this board. We have a Coyote program, teen law school, teen court, our juvenile employment mentoring program, or GEM, our GED program that I already spoke of, our community restitution programs, both adult and juvenile. We have a juvenile drug court in all three of our locations. We started an adult drug court in the Kingman area, and in the coming year we hope, with the addition of the new Division 7, to branch out into the areas of Bullhead City and Lake Havasu for our adult drug court. These are programs that are maintained within our department dollars and by our department staff. They cost the county no additional money whatsoever. We absorb the cost of this within our budget and within our own staff. Cost the county no additional money whatsoever. And the last thing we offer as a supportive program is our Moral Recognition Therapy, or MRT. We offer that to offenders to try to instill that long-term behavioral change that I spoke to you about. We're also, like a lot of other agencies, involved with commissions and committees throughout the state. I am a member of the Committee on Probation. Every chief in Arizona is, juvenile or adult. I'm also a member of the Arizona Chief of Probation Officers Association. Alan Palomino is a member of a SAC committee. My Deputy Chief Elaine Grissom is on Strategic Planning Committee, Committee Action Council, and one of my supervisors is on those other two committees, Committee on Probation Education and the Judicial Merit Commission, which is here in the local area. Lastly, on this slide, I'm talking about our accomplishments. These are also highlighted in our the thing that Kip Coates spoke of earlier, the annual report. This was gleaned from there, so it's also on our intranet. In 2011, we had 219 adults successfully complete probation. 416 youth were diverted, which means they didn't have to come into the system. We had 79 adults receive an early term of probation. That basically means they satisfied all of their conditions, paid their fines and fees that they were court ordered to pay, did whatever community work service they were asked to do, and any other court ordered conditions, and they got out of the system and hopefully stayed out. 86 adults were reinstated on probation. We generated a lot of pre-sentence investigative reports. You can see there 809 an adult, 297 dispositional reports completed. We collected over $500,000 in fines, fees, and surcharges, $445,000 in restitution to victims of crimes. We work very hard on these things. One of the things I'll say briefly is that placement of offenders on probation saves the taxpayers money statewide, not only just in Mohave County. They're not in the county jail, they're not in the Arizona Department of Corrections. Anytime you can keep an offender on the street complying with probation conditions, it's a cost savings to the county. We work very hard to maintain that and make sure that that occurs. Unfortunately, we sometimes have to file for revocation proceedings on those who don't want to comply. Those are the individuals that end up going to the Arizona Department of Corrections or the ADJC, the juvenile prison, which is down by Phoenix. The last thing I'll speak of that I'm most proud of, or one of the things that we do for the community on the adult side and the juvenile side, is in 2011 we did over 25,000 hours of free labor for the county. That's a lot of hours, and you can see the cost savings. I mean, the value of that is $195,000 at the current minimum wage rate. Now, if you leave here and go out and look at the old armory, we painted the inside and outside of that building. It's painted a nice maroon color. We painted the event center within the powerhouse visitation area. In the back, it's like they have an event room. Basically, individuals or the county provides us with the paint, and we do the labor. So I'm very proud of that. It's more than just picking up weeds or pulling weeds or picking up trash along the side of the road. We do huge, massive projects. Now, these are just two examples of what we do in the Kingman area. We also do great community work service in the Havasu and Bullhead areas. And then on the juvenile side, over 1,500 hours. We work up on Wallapai Mountain, clearing trails. We do a variety of different things to help the community. And hopefully in the hopes that the offenders are giving back and understand why they're giving back. We certainly instill that in them. It's not just a court-ordered thing. You're giving back because you should. Lastly, 17 youth were committed to the ADJC, a reduction of 82% from 2010. That means that 17 less kids went to kids' prison. We work very hard to keep children out of prison and adults out of the local jail and out of the Arizona Department of Corrections. I think that's all the time that I have, and I thank you for your attention.
We have one more presentation from the elected officials side, and I promise we're going to have a break after this. So we have Judge Lambert from the Justice Court.
morning and congratulations to the supervisors-elect on the election. And Supervisor Watson, thank you for the opportunity. I see Bill Ekstrom here as well. I always considered myself to be one of his prosecutors, and Matt Smith as well, and always appreciated his leadership. My name is Rick Lambert. I'm the Kingman Justice of the Peace. And Judge Chuck Gertler, who you've already talked to, you've already seen, he is our presiding judge. We also have Judge Jill Davis. She's our limited court jurisdiction presiding judge, and so she's basically our leader. She's in the Lake Havasu Justice Court. And we have 4 justice courts: Lake Havasu City Justice Court, that's consolidated with the Lake Havasu City Court. And Judge Kalali is the magistrate there as well with Judge Davis. We also have the North Canyon Justice Court, and as Judge Gertler referenced, Supervisor Watson and the other supervisors were instrumental in constructing that new courthouse. It's a really nice facility. I hope that you'll be able to see that courthouse. Also, Bullhead City Justice Court, Judge Brady presides there. He's retiring in December. And the Board of Supervisors have appointed Mr. Jack Christie to succeed him. And Mr. Christie, I know he's been observing and going through the training that he needs to be ready to go in about a month. Also, the Kingman Surbat Justice Court, that's the court that I'm in, and Judge John Taylor is also the Surbat Justice of the Peace. Also, we have the 2 municipal courts. Kingman Muni Court, Judge Kathy McCoy presides at that court, and also Judge Pete Soreas at the Bullhead City Municipal Court. Some of the types of hearings that we hear are criminal misdemeanor cases, civil cases up to $10,000, landlord-tenant, i.e. evictions, and also civil traffic. Now, I kind of wanted to tell you that I was a prosecutor for one reason. I've prosecuted all kinds of cases, from homicide all the way to dog at large charges. And I want you to know that in our civil traffic court, I see some people more angry than in some of the felony cases I ever prosecuted. I don't know if you believe that or not, but that's always a challenge. We also have a juvenile docket. We also handle restraining orders, orders of protection, and also injunctions against harassment, and felony initial appearances and felony preliminary hearings. The limited courts combined for FY 2011, we generated $6.9 million in revenue. Some of the revenue goes to the county, some to the state, and different departments within both the state and county. Some of the accomplishments that we've been able to succeed in: 1, we've recently implemented a video sentencing for defendants that are in custody. That's increased our safety in the courts. Also, it's cut down on transportation and time, and Judge John Taylor was really responsible for carrying out that project to success. And our limited court jurisdiction presiding judge, Judge Jill Davis, she's recently served on a committee that revamped the rules of civil procedure for all the justice courts in the state of Arizona. We've also implemented a program, it's basically called e-payments, and that's an online system that allows customers, we say, defendants, we call them customers, to make their monthly payments, and also for civil traffic defendants to pay their citations online. And then up in the North Canyon Justice Court, we have mid-December, there'll be something called a kiosk. I have a hard time with that word. I speak Swedish, and I want to say the word kiosk every time I see that. But kiosk is basically a system that will be in the motor vehicle department, and litigants will be able to go to that kiosk. Am I saying that right? Kiosk, right? All right. And they'll be able to contact a court member from the North Canyon Justice Court, a clerk, and also they'll be able to retrieve and print legal forms and be able to conduct business, and that will save them on gas. So if they're in a remote area, they can go to the motor vehicle department, go to that kiosk, and do their business there without having to travel all the way over to North Canyon. Also, they'll be able to Skype with the court clerks as well. The other project that we're in the middle of doing is called EDMS, Electronic Document Management System. That's where court documents are scanned into the system, and these documents can be pulled up and viewed by court staff or judges, and then that will eliminate the need to have large storage facilities to store case files. So that's basically just the limited courts in a nutshell. I didn't want to inundate you with all the financial and facts and figures that we have, but I hope that you'll always feel welcome to come into the justice courts. We want you to come visit our courts. Lori Allen, who is Kip's counterpart, she's the limited court jurisdiction court administrator, and she'll be leading you on the tour tomorrow, and I think you'll enjoy meeting her and seeing our operations. I know that our office manager instructed all the clerks to make sure that there's no piles of files sitting around the desk to make it look good for all of you. So anyways, thank you very much, and congratulations.
We do not have a presentation from our treasurer at this time, so it's not an oversight that they're not listed there. They're not available to make a presentation, but I hope that you'll get the opportunity sometime when you go visit, especially our treasurer-elect, and she'll be happy to give you all the information and a tour sometime. At this time, I think you may be tired, and we're gonna have a break for lunch, and would you be able to come back here at 2 o'clock? 2 o'clock, that would be fine. For all our elected officials, we thank you very much for your participation and taking the invitation to come here. And we would like to invite you this afternoon, if you can stay, and also hear the county management. Our board council is going to prepare a presentation, very brief one, and county management will have a presentation this afternoon. So we start at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. And we're now going to our afternoon session of our supervisor-elect orientation. I hope you had a good lunch. I promised to give you some breaks in between. And for our supervisor-elect, this afternoon is pretty much focused on our county management. I'd like to present our county management to you, and I hope that during the presentation, you'll realize and you will see that we have a good management team in Mohave County. We are going to be brief in our presentation. We had requested all departments to be here, and we'll give you a 10-minute presentation of their department. It's just a mere overview, and like what I said this morning, you have an opportunity to ask more questions during the tour and continue this dialogue during the next 4 years. But at this time, I would like to present Mr. Bill Ekstrom. Bill is our board counsel, and he's going to cover some of the statute and also some policies for the board. Thank you, Bill.
Thank you, Susie. Hello again. I'm not Matt Smith. Sometimes I wish I was. Turn on. Here we go. All right. That helps. A little bit about some topics that come up frequently with the Board of Supervisors. I'm not going to give you any kind of legal lecture because it would be lost on both of us. I think the idea is to expose you to some areas on issues that may come up from time to time, making you aware of the fact that anytime you have questions about these kind of things, it's our job at the Civil Division to answer them for you, and we will do that. As County Counsel, I view my role in several ways. I think, one, to give you and the staff sound legal advice, the best legal advice I can give them. Secondarily, and I think equally important, is to help you achieve, as individual board members and as a board, your goals, to facilitate those things that you want to do. So I'm not going to be the lawyer who says, you can't do that, or the statute says you can't do that. If there's something you want to do that makes good sense, we'll try to find a way to let you do it, to help you do it. And I think that's a different role than some counsel plays. I'm also not the kind of guy that's going to give you legal advice and push you out in the highway, you know, and the trucks are running over and you can't figure out why. By that I mean, when I give you advice on some matters, I'll probably say, well, these are some potential consequences. This is what could happen if things don't go completely right. So that's kind of my approach to it. I've worked with lots of boards of supervisors. I can tell you unequivocally that I've really never dealt with any people who were bad board of supervisor members, who were crooks or anything like that. They've all been well-intentioned, duly elected by the people and really trying to represent the people and do the best job they can. Sometimes issues get in the way, but for the most part, the motivation of the board members has always been, I think, sterling in this county. And that goes back quite a few boards. I think you're my 10th, if I'm counting correctly. And the first board I also encountered probably the first subject that we're going to discuss today, and that is the open meeting law. And when I got here as a young whippersnapper deputy county attorney from Phoenix, I'd worked in the Attorney General's office for a while and knew something about the statute, the open meeting law, and came to my first board meeting. Dave Babbitt, who was then county attorney, said, "Bill, go down and represent the board." So I went down about, I don't know, half an hour before the board meeting, and I asked the clerk, I said, "Where's the board?" "Well, they're in the back room over there going through the agenda." And I said, "What?" "No, they just go through the agenda." And I went back and said, "You guys, why are you doing this?" And the then manager said, "Well, you know, there's a lot of controversial issues, and we don't want to have to talk about them in front of the people out there. So we kind of get together before the meeting and go." And so I told them about the open meeting law and all the terrible things that could happen to them. And they looked at me like I was from Mars. You know, and I think they suspected I was, because they'd never heard stuff like that before. But that was my first exposure to open meeting law issues, and they weren't trying to do anything illegal. They were just being extremely practical. And I'm going to move Susie's stool out of my way here. And they had business backgrounds, and they were used to doing business that way. Businesses don't have to meet in front of the public. They don't have to post notices of their meetings. They can get together and work things out. So all the board was trying to do. Well, the open meeting law, as all of you by now know, doesn't allow that. And what it states on its face is that the majority of the board can't discuss or deliberate on or take action on any item without it being in an open public meeting. Isn't that a great thing? And I'm always amazed that some people say, "Well, gee, I don't want to do that in public." I say, "Well, you know, you're a board member. This is your chance to shine, to show the people your great thought process, the way you work things out, to really show them what a great elected official you are. So why in the world would you want to do all that behind closed doors? I don't know." And so you've probably noticed with this board, and historically with our boards, we have very few executive sessions because we want to do it all in public if we can. And actually, I as board counsel oftentimes will give my legal advice in public because I think that's only fair to the board, particularly if you're acting on it. So you ought to point at somebody and say, "It wasn't my idea, it was Ekstrom's idea." And that's fine with me because I got to walk my walk and all that stuff. So the open meeting law requires some things you probably know about: notice of the public meetings, that it be posted within 24 hours. So if you have an agenda item, the absolute latest you could get it on would be 24 hours before the board meeting so that it can be posted. The meetings are open to the public. However, the public has no statutory right to speak. So only if the board lets them. And that's a hard concept to figure out, but basically someone has to control the meeting, the chairman, the board does that. And if everybody could stand up and talk about anything they wanted, it would be pretty unruly. So the law says that you have a right to attend and observe the deliberations of the board, but it does not give you a right to speak. However, we don't do that. We try to make it as open as possible, so we have procedures whereby if you have questions on an issue that's on the agenda, you're allowed to speak. And we do that as a matter of courtesy and just good sense, because if you're going to say we're open to the public, but we won't listen to you, that's wrong. And we'll get to the other issue that spins off of that, the call to the public issue, I think, when we get into some of the county ordinances. Open meeting law violations, if you were to violate the open meeting law intentionally, knowingly, you can be removed from office. And that's why we're always very careful about open meeting law issues. And that's why on your tour, I actually wrote a letter, I don't know if you've seen it, to the staff talking about, you know, please let's not discuss any county business while we're on the tour. Although technically you're not board members yet, I want to get in the habit of just doing our business in public. And you know, under the law now, once you're board members, two of you can meet and discuss county business without it being a violation because you're not a majority. The problem becomes when the two of you meet and discuss county business and then you two meet and discuss county business, are you not violating the spirit of the open meeting law, which is what our goal is, to the spirit being to conduct all the public's business in public. It seems fair. So while you can't talk in twos, legally you can do that. It's a practical matter, you might want to avoid it. And I've had some issues. I'll share one with you because it's kind of interesting. That community college board, a 5-member board, we're down in Mohave Valley, and 2 of the board members were having dinner together. And one of them got a phone call from someone else, talked on the phone. A citizen was watching. Somebody who was kind of not happy with the community college district at the time alleged that they violated the open meeting law, that the phone call was actually from a 3rd member of the board, filed a lawsuit against us. And it took, nearly a year to work through that lawsuit, just because we had that little appearance of impropriety that somebody could play on. And while we won it, because there was not an illegal conversation, it still created a lot of headaches for the college board, a lot of headlines that they don't like to see, things of that nature. So I like to give you the most conservative advice I can on the open meeting law to protect you, to protect the interests of the public. And ultimately, I think the process is better served by doing it that way. Sometimes it's awfully painful, but it's better served because you're all going to have different ideas from time to time, which is why we have 5 board members. If we wanted just one idea, we just have one board member and go on down the road. So disagreement's fine. Rules of order is another topic they gave me. We have rules of order for the board meetings. And that's something that was adopted by the county. They are your rules of order. They are subject to change. There are several I suspect you're going to want to change. That's why nobody's wearing a hat in here today. But things like that, the dress code and the call to the public, I think, are 2 areas that, as board members, as candidates, you've discussed changing. And certainly, it's your prerogative to do so. What I'd ask you to do is when you have a board meeting and you get it on the agenda, just vote to change that, and we'll do the legal work to change the language. I think I know what your intention is, and I've looked at the rules of order to accomplish that. I will serve, if you so desire, as your parliamentarian. So if issues come up during the board meeting of a technical nature, hopefully I can answer them. We have alluded to Robert's Rules of Order as kind of being the fallback standard for the board. However, Roberts I've never quite agreed with. It just sometimes allows individuals to take advantage of the rules, to disrupt the meeting, to impede the progress of the board. If that's going on and you ask the parliamentarian, I won't go by Robert's Rules of Order. I'll go by what's best for the board. And what's best for the board is to work together and not try to pose these impediments. You won't do that. But I mean, I've seen boards where one board member knows a lot about Robert's rules and jumps up and moves for personal privilege, moves for this and that, and it's confusing to the other board members. It creates a lot of ill will. And as I said, it impedes getting anything done. So the rules of order, I would hope, would be flexible enough as far as the meetings go to allow you to accomplish what you need to accomplish as board members. And when you get to the dress code and the call to the public, just give us direction. We'll fix that for you. You might want to read through the rules of order. They're only 6 or 7 pages long. And if there's items you're interested in changing, present them at a board meeting. Let the board discuss it and give us direction. We'll change them. Call to the public, you know, a lot of people talked about when we got rid of call to the public. I don't really remember when we had it. There was a law, the law used to say that you could have a call to the public and the people could get up and say whatever they please, but the board members were not permitted under the law to respond at all. So as a lawyer, I just say, sorry, you got to take it. And a lot of school boards, and you know how that can go to a school board meeting, fire boards, you know, there'd be people screaming and yelling, and the board members couldn't respond at all unless they broke the law. So a group of us went to the legislature and got the law changed to allow the board to have at least a limited response by assigning a matter to staff or by responding somewhat directly to something so you just don't have to sit there and get beat up. So in the context of the present law, the way it exists now, I think it can be manageable. It depends on you as board members and the chairman, who I think has to exercise a strong gavel in some instances just to keep things moving along. But you know, people are gonna come, are gonna upset you, they're gonna do things, and that just goes with the turf. And one of the hard things to do as a board member is to remain courteous and remain on task, recognize where you come from. And you come from the people, and there are going to be all kinds of different people out there, and just treat them with courtesy, no matter what. And it's easy for me to say because they're not attacking me at the moment, but ultimately that should be your goal, is to have an environment where the public feels welcome, where they feel that you're listening, and that you act accordingly, that you act as though you're listening. So just some ideas on the rules of order. Again, if you have questions along the way, feel free to ask them. I'm trying to get through a whole lot of material very quickly. My open meeting law PowerPoint is an hour-and-a-half long. So if you ever want to see it, I'll give it to you in my office, but I try not to do PowerPoints anymore. Another area which I know some of you are familiar with is the conflict of interest statutes. It's one of those confusing laws where everything they mention in the statute as a remote interest is permitted. Everything else is not. So it really doesn't tell you what's not permitted, it tells you what is. It's just like kind of a backwards way of doing it. But you cannot have a substantial interest in any vote that the board takes, and that substantial interest has to be a monetary one. You can have predispositions towards anything. You could like animals or not like animals, but that doesn't mean you have a conflict. A conflict has to be monetary, not just your philosophy about something. And if you have questions about conflicts, we can tell you exactly when they come up and what you ought to do. And now we have a system, I think, in place where if you or an employee has a conflict, you have a place to record that conflict. There's a procedure set up to do that. Over the years, we've had it happen so infrequently, it just never came up. The structure was in place, it was built in our merit rules, but nobody really knew about it. So it was kind of like we should have let them know about it. It's easy enough to say. And maybe should have talked to the staff periodically about their responsibilities under those laws. So certainly I would take some responsibility for them not knowing about it. Now we know about it. When you come in an office, you know about it. And so I think it's going to avoid a lot of problems. And of course, if you have a conflict, a financial conflict, you can't participate in the discussion or vote on it. And I tell board members, why don't you just leave the room when the matter comes up? Because I remember we had a guy, Jim Schultz, who was a very vociferous board member from Bullhead years ago, and he'd, Gary remembers him, and he'd have a conflict, and he'd sit in the back of the room scowling at the board members while they're deliberating, and daring them to vote against what he wanted. So it was kind of funny. So it's best if you leave the room. There can be no doubt that you extricated yourself from the discussion and final decision. Another ordinance they have on my list of things to discuss is the county manager's ordinance. This was done in 1991. I think Jim Zaborski signed it. And the thinking at the time was we don't have a straight line chain of command. And what was happening is individual board members were going to, say for example, to Mike and saying, Mike, send the county blade out and blade this road. I'm a supervisor, and it's in my district. Well, you can't do that, because as individual board members, you don't have any authority to take board action, only as a board. So the way you would do that is agendize, maintain such road, bring it before the board, vote on it, send it to Mike. He'd still scowl, because they have a long-term road plan where they do them all in order, but sometimes there's an emergency and something like that's necessary. But the statute setting up the Board of Supervisors, 11-251-1, sets out kind of an interesting proposition. That is, as a Board of Supervisors, you have sort of general supervisory authority over the elected officials, but that does not mean that you can tell them what to do. Basically, your authority over the assessor or anyone else is by virtue of the budget. And so you provide budget to him. That's really the only constraint you have. I suppose if somebody really wasn't performing, you could provide less in their budget. But still in all, there's been litigation, I think in the area of sheriffs in particular, where they've sued the county because they hadn't provided adequate resources to do their job. So the electeds are not under your umbrella of supervision. You have everybody else in the county, the vast majority of the staff, under your general supervision as a board. You set the policy, they carry out your policy. That's the concept. And because you're a political subdivision of the state, all your powers are derivative, which means the only power you have is that which the legislature has given you. And it has to be spelled out in the law or necessarily implied therefrom, which means, something logical that follows from the power that's been given by the board. Those are set out in 11-251. There used to be, when I started, I think 30 of them. Now there's 64 because the boards wanted specific things to do, and you had to change the law to do that. And beyond that, there's Board of Supervisors' powers listed in just about every one of the law books, some authority of the board. It's vast, all the kind of things you're responsible for. That's why, you have a staff to carry out your general philosophy of what you want to do, to carry out specific projects you want to, entertain. They're there to carry those things out for you, because I can tell you it's impossible to do it all yourself. Back in 1960, when Joe Ricca, is it Joe or George? Joe Ricca was chairman of the board here, he could run everything. There wasn't that much going on. There were 2 county blades, he could tell them what to do. But as we grew, it became necessary to establish some sort of, what I like to think of as a soft bureaucracy, not one that puts barriers up. That I don't like that much, but one that can facilitate things that are bigger than individuals, big projects and things like that. So the county manager ordinance is set up to help establish that line of authority. The manager under that particular ordinance is the one that's responsible for carrying out your policies, for taking care of the staff. They're under the direction of the board. The ordinance is your ordinance, again. You can change it. If you want to change lines of authority or anything, take a look at it and see if there's something you'd like to change. It can be changed. It's simple enough. And, but the goal there is to set up lines of authority in the county and not allow individual electeds or individual supervisors or, you know, departments or whatever you have to go off independently without some supervision. So the manager's your buffer. Now, some people have talked during the campaign, well, do we really need managers? Well, every county has one, and a lot of cities have one, and it takes a lot of the burden off the board. If I were chairman of the board and they said, well, okay, you can be the county manager, I'd say, there's no way. It is a full-time job. And, you know, we have a different system now with deputy managers. That, as I understand it, was implemented using salaries that were appropriated for a deputy county manager, and rather than hire one person for X amount of dollars, they divided that salary up and put the authority in the hands of 4 individuals, which is a model that's been done some places, but it's your model. So if you don't like it, find something you like, and we'll work with you to get that done. Let's see. Now, there's some other broad categories. I'm not sure what I should do with these. Human resources, I think you know, is personnel. Basic rule in personnel is the most that's is confidential. We'd like to take the position it's confidential and then let people come and tell us why it's not, rather than risk giving out something like a social security number or an address of a law enforcement officer, something we wouldn't want to give out. We make sure that doesn't happen. So your role in personnel as individual board members is very limited. As a board, it's limited by the policies set up in the Human Resources Department, which were set up by a board to make certain we protect the rights of our employees, that we treat them fairly if there's an issue, if there's any kind of, I guess, discipline that's appropriate. It should be handled fairly, and it should be handled as privately as possible. At some point, you know, we get beyond that and we go to the Merit Commission and courts and things like that. We hope that doesn't happen. In most personnel matters, in my experience, if the employees are treated fairly, that doesn't happen. But there's different views of lots of things, so sometimes it's going to come up, and as board members, ultimately, you really don't have too much to do with those things. You hire the person that runs the department. That person reports to the manager, reports to you. So there's a chain of command there. I know that's maybe not as clear as it should be. Procurement, I've seen some things on the blogs. I read those just to kind of get a sense of where people are coming from, that we need to adopt the state procurement code. We've always used the state procurement code. In fact, I think we've been more conservative in some instances in the state procurement code, with our goal of allowing as much possible competition in the marketplace to hire the best people for the county. Competition doesn't always work. I mean, sometimes somebody comes in with the lowest price, but they're not qualified. We have those hard decisions to make, but they're made in a procedure. They're not made just on a whim. So we have good, strong procurement department. I work with them almost daily, reviewing different contracts and different ideas, and we want to make it fair. We make it fair for the people in the marketplace and make it fair for our employees so they get the best product, and fair for ultimately for you and for the county so that we don't spend more than we need to and so we get the services we need to get. Public records law, I think, is the last thing they wanted me to talk about. And suffice it to say that everything we do as a county is public, and that's the bottom line. There are some narrow exceptions, as there are to everything. Some things are confidential, addresses of law enforcement officers. Some statutory things are confidential, and we don't have to disclose those. But for the most part, just like the open meeting law, the documents are evidence of our good work. So if people want to see them, that's fine with us. We do have a procedure set up for release of documents, which requires a request, an indication you're not going to use it for commercial purposes, which is the law requires that, and it gives us a procedure. So somebody just doesn't walk to the door and say, you know, give me all these things. We have a policy, we follow it. We try to get them the materials if we can within 10 days, which is kind of a loose standard set by some cases. If we can't, we can't, but that's what our goal is. Again, to make us as visible to the public as we possibly can be. In some instances, the public records laws are subject to abuse. And it's happened where people come and want to see everything, every document. We have to assign staff members to it to do what they want, you know, and it's done to harass or intimidate the board or the county. Well, I guess the courts have said, well, that's kind of tough. You got to do it, because they don't want us to be making those decisions about what's hard on us to do and what's not. If there's something that's really impossible or really inappropriate, my office would file something in court to get a protective order so that we release only narrow things. And oftentimes what I'll do is I'll call the lawyer or whoever happens to be asking for all this stuff and say, wait a minute, tell me what it is you really want and we'll get it for you. We don't have to provide you thousands of documents so you can search through them to find what you really want. So we try to work through it with the goal of accommodating the public who wants to know all they can about our public records. So those are the areas that were assigned to me for my 10-minute or so presentation. Susie's checking her watch. Yes, and I can entertain questions. Sure, Hilly.
When it comes to the open meeting law, what is the policy with state meetings? Like there's an organization, a supervisor association that has meetings. Are we all not allowed to go at the same time?
Okay, the question is, what do you do with state meetings? Are the board members not allowed to go at the same time? We have things like the Association of Counties meetings and meetings like that. What we've done is posted a notice of attendance which simply says more than a majority of the board may be attending this meeting. However, there will be no legal action discussed or taken. And then you go to those meetings. You don't sit together, preferably, and obviously you don't take any legal action or discuss anything to do with the county. So we've got a procedure set up for you to allow you to do that, because I think it's important that you get to as many of those things as you can. There's great resources out there at the state, and it's a shame if one board member gets to do it all and the rest of you don't get the benefit of that. Did that answer your question? Good. Okay. Steve.
Can you explain the difference between a county manager form of government and a county administrator form of government? I've seen different counties use the term county administrator.
Yeah, I think they're interchangeable. It's not a statutory position, so there's nothing in the statute that says manager or administrator. I think they're interchangeable, at least from what I've seen.
And which brings me to my next question. Is there any statute which governs the role of county manager and administrator? Or is that something that's purely by each county's ordinance?
To my knowledge, there's no statute. Now, Dana, do you think there is? And I've looked at, no. It's something you do to facilitate what the board does. And there's a variety of ways to do it, and you just try to figure out what is going to work best for you. And then you have the task of finding somebody, which is not always easy, and then managing them. In a way, you have to manage the manager, or the manager will try to manage you.
I've looked at Thank you. I've looked at the county manager ordinance recently, and I've seen it's had several revisions over the course of the years. Do you have a copy of the prior forms of that ordinance?
I'm sure we do. I'm sure the clerk of the board has it.
And if you do, can I have both the most recent copy and the prior versions emailed to me?
I can give you the most recent one today because I have it with me. Mostly those changes are made to address unique situations that come up. And oftentimes, stylistically, managers can be very different. And I always kid about Bill Bixby was county manager for a while. He had been the parks director. And when he was county manager, we had great parks because all the money went to the parks. Then Grisey was for Public Works, so all the money went to Mike and that group. And then we had some McIntosh that mostly went to golf.
I don't golf very well, so you're safe on that order. You mentioned that there is a ordinance regarding the Human Resources Department and personnel issues, which limits the board. I believe I heard you say that.
I was making reference to the merit rules.
Okay.
And that's the county merit rules. It's adopted under state law.
Are they on this form we were given to us?
I suppose they are. Are they? I think they're nodding out there. Nodding off or nodding yes.
Good. Hopefully one or the other. Good. And that's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
Well, hello, Bill.
Hi.
So the merit rules, it is a state statute. Do we have any leeway with those merit rules?
I think we have to adopt merit rules under state law. And what's actually in them, I think, can vary from county to county. I just know that ours came originally from Coconino, and we went through them and changed them over the years just to make them fit for us. There's some basic tenets of any kind of personnel merit rule, but I don't know that there's any specific statutory list of things you have to have. There are some people that are automatically excluded, certain administrative positions, elected people, some of their staff members, I think one secretary. It's all spelled out in the statute.
Who appoints the Merit Commission?
The board does, I believe. The supervisors do.
That's fine.
And they have a term of office. I don't know there's an expectation that they serve beyond the term of the present board. I'm not sure. I haven't talked to the commission. 4 of them do. So are there vacancies coming up?
No, they're all filled.
Okay.
Well, on that question or point, I noticed that the forms that we were given from the Merit Commission indicates there's 2 vacancies coming up December 28th of this year. Is this information incorrect in this booklet?
Look at the human resources guy.
I meant all 5 positions are open now, but correct in terms of the 2 in December.
And are those location specific?
They're not, well, they were from District 1, but obviously now that we have 5 districts, when we select, recommend, we're going to be looking at representing all 5 districts.
Okay, makes sense.
Since we're on that topic, I noticed that when I was flipping through this booklet that various commissions and boards have a term of office. Are they telling us that we have to be bound by persons' prior appointments for people who are now serving in our district?
Yeah, typically a prior board can't bind a future board unless it's the kind of thing that usually would bind a future board. Leases, contracts, that are normally an extended time contract. I think if you have a statutory board that has terms, you're bound by those that are appointed. I don't think they're automatically removed because we have a new board. That's my opinion just off the cuff.
Are each of the boards and commissions different, as some are statutorily required and others are not?
That's right, some are not required. I think we have a transportation commission, for example. It's something the board set up. There's several other ones that are set up for your own convenience.
Because, I mean, this is just my worldview. If it's in my district and I'm one of 5 on the board, I would like to have people from my district on serving on what are the entire county's boards. And to the extent that my hands can be untied, I would like that to occur.
You know what we've done in the past, and I don't know that it always works, but ask the board member who's on there if they would kindly step aside so you could appoint someone on your own, and usually they do that. They're, you know, they're public-minded enough to do that.
That's all I have. Thanks, Bill.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you very much for your attention, and please, I'm hoping to get together with each one of you. If you could allocate an hour of time, I've got a whole bunch of stuff we could talk about and maybe answer some questions. So please let me know, and we'll set you up anytime. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. For Supervisor-elect, you have gotten a letter from the County Supervisor Association, and you're going to have a briefing that's going to occur, I think, January 23rd. So some of the questions that you have right now probably can be raised up on that level, and you'll see what the other counties are doing as well. I think that's going to be a very important work session for you. And CSA, which is the County Supervisor Association, is providing that. So I hope that some of the questions you have this afternoon will be answered during that work session. Okay. Let me qualify a little bit on those boards and commissions. I think we have gotten a survey of our existing boards and commissions because we went from a 3-member board to a 5-member board. We tried to analyze the positions of those members of the board in which district they are currently fall under the current structures and the future structure that we have, which is the 5-member board. There are some boards and commissions, like for instance, one of which I manage, the Local Workforce Investment Board. They end at a term of the board, and then they're reappointed, or new members are appointed by the new board. Now, I know that some boards and commissions are not that way. It may go over the term of the board, but I think as critical as going from a 3-member board to a 5-member board, I think we need to analyze the compositions of these commissions, and I think we have given them to the county manager's office, and that's one of the things that we'll submit to the new board appointments for your boards and commissions. Okay. The next presentation we're going to have is the clerk of the board, Peggy Prince.
It's great to follow the attorney. I have a short presentation, and so I won't take up much time. Good afternoon and welcome to Mohave County Government. As you know, the clerk of the board is appointed by the Board of Supervisors and serves at the pleasure of the board. And we have a small staff compared to most of the departments in the county, but we hold a critical role as the focal point for all of the other departments and functions of the county to bring items to be presented before the board for agendizing, approval, and processing. Chairman Johnson recently referred to the clerk of the board's office as the heart of the county. Along with a small staff comes a small budget. Our budget covers the basics such as salaries, benefits, phones, computers, office supplies, and whatnot, along with some line items to cover the cost of legal publications required to be done by the clerk's office and hearing officers contracted for the Board of Equalization. We do not have any revenue-generating activity. Our office location is obviously here in the administration building, but our office operations are countywide as we interact with and process items from virtually every department within the county on an ongoing basis. The clerk of the board is appointed by the Board of Supervisors to perform duties as defined by ARS 11241, including Arizona's open meeting law, which dictates the processes regarding the preparation and maintenance of official records of all actions and proceedings of the board, including agendas, minutes, notice of meetings, and publications. Along with other duties listed on the screen in front of you, the clerk is also responsible for overseeing the development and operations of the Board of Equalization, sits as the clerk for that board and other county boards, and monitors reporting of special districts, constables, and elected official financial disclosures. In addition, the clerk's office processes all liquor licenses, both regular and special event, firework permits, and bingo licenses. And I thought recently maybe we should get a Powerball machine because then we could generate some some revenue. But all kidding aside, the clerk of the board's ultimate responsibility is to be the board's representative by not only providing information concerning decisions and proceedings of the board, but also by providing consistently great customer service and assistance, especially to the taxpayers and citizens of Mohave County. Besides the employees, the most important assets of the county are the original and official documents of all of the actions and proceedings of the Board of Supervisors. The clerk of the board is responsible for the preservation of these original records and documents such as ordinances, resolutions, minutes, contracts and agreements, and oaths of office, along with all of the other official actions by the board. The clerk of the board maintains the current listings of all boards, commissions, and committees, sends letters of appointments, advises of the open meeting law requirements, and administers loyalty oaths. In closing, I would just like to say that we in the clerk's office look forward to working with all of you and to assist you in making Mohave County government the best it can be.
Yes.
On the first page of this booklet you gave us, you have a list of, I believe, which are committees to which we would serve on as members of the Board of Supervisors. Mm-hmm. I didn't see, I saw a lot of explanation as to committees that we appoint people to. I didn't see any kind of description really of what these committees do, where they meet, what their roles are, that sort of thing. Do you have that information someplace?
I'm going to defer that to when the county manager's office talks about the boards and commissions. They're the ones that have prepared this booklet for you. And I think that they've done a lot of work in trying to get that together for you. So I think they could speak better to it than I.
Peggy, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
At this time, I would like to present the Mohave County governance structure as it is today. And as part of that structure, we have our county manager and county administration. Prior to going to the organizational structure and staffing, the presentations today, because of limited time, will be given to the departments with probably 10 minutes. And at the end, each of cluster departments will be giving you the opportunity to ask questions. And we're probably going to be limiting that a little bit so we can get through for today. However, we would continue the dialogue with you. As an acting county manager at this time, I would like to present the organizational structure and staffing as we have it. As you probably see, we have the Board of Supervisor. The clerk of the board reports directly to the Board of Supervisor. We have a county manager form of government, as you have mentioned earlier. And with the reorganization that happened in the county, there were a cluster of departments that were created, and it would show the direct report to the county manager. At this time, the cluster of departments, you have the blue area, which is the direct report on county administration. We have the health and community services. You have management services. You have criminal justice services and development and public works services. Those are the cluster of departments. The organization of this cluster of departments was done to probably integrate the delivery of service in those areas. As you can probably see in the structure, the county manager shall act as a liaison between elected officials and the Board of Supervisors and shall coordinate the activities of such officials as they relate to budget, finance, personal rules, and policies, regulations of the county. This organizational structure that you see shows that you have the elected officials liaison to the county manager. You have the direct report of different organizations or different departments to the county manager. You have the county administration, you have the developmental services, community services, management services, criminal justice, and the limited court staff that has a direct relationship to the county manager. Over the years, Mohave County has developed business goals. And as you can probably see in the listing that you have there, these business goals became the guiding principles of most of our services in Mohave County. First, let me address financial stability. That is an important business goal that Mohave County has. The county has the ability to adequately cover all the operations that we have. A lot are mandated services and a lot are general services. In the past years, you've seen, and I think Mr. Timko will address part of our financial stability today, you will see that we did achieve some form of financial stability over the years. We have not had any furloughs, we have not had any layoffs, and we have not had any reduction, drastic reduction of services in Mohave County. Mr. Timko will probably explain to you that we have covered our services very well within the financial resources that we have. The other business goal that we have is to create, manage, and improve the most effective organization. And one of the goals that we have is really to establish performance measures. As a county, we've been required to develop all the performance measures. Some of our programs have them internally. Some of the grants and programs are required by state and federal agencies. This performance measures is a way of measuring the effectiveness of our organization. In relation to the effectiveness of this organization, one of the commitments that we have and your management team has is to promote good customer service. And I think as you will hear them today, as they explain their programs and services to you, there is really a strong commitment to be able to deliver a good customer service. The third business goal is to continue to advance our processes to attract and retain quality managers and employees. We want to make sure that our pay benefits are comparable to other areas so we can retain and recruit good managers and employees from Mohave County. We create a formal planning program, budgeting system for capital asset improvements and infrastructure. With the adoption of the quarter sales sense tax that we have, we were able to implement some of these goals. We were able to build the administration facility, the sheriff's office, we were able to do that. We were able to remodel the Superior Court in Bullhead City, a new court in Colorado City, new jail. However, this funding sunsets soon in 2019. One of our goals is also to enhance public health and safety process. Now, you will hear that there is a strong commitment of Mohave County to fund some of our public health services and programs, and also committed to the safety of our residents in Mohave County. We also want to create emergency response program. Mohave County has developed an emergency plan and hazard mitigation plan that has been in place. With the events leading to the September 11 event, Mohave County geared itself up and made the assessment and did a lot of plan and put up professional people to be able to do this for us. We also create and institutionalize a strategic planning system. We manage and sustain comprehensive regional economic development strategy. And lastly, we preserve and protect our natural resources as part of our programs and services. We have, for county administration, we have what we call direct reports. As you have seen in the organizational structure earlier, we have a system wherein we have the deputy county managers that direct report, who are direct reports to the county manager. We have elections, they're also direct reports, library district, medical examiner, office of management and budget, and public information officer, risk management, and television district. This is the organizational structure as you see the direct reports of the county manager. At this time, since I'm the acting county manager, I would like to request, or I would like to introduce Yvonne Orr. She is the assistant to the county manager, and she will try to explain the daily operations. She's been closely working with the county manager for several years.
Good afternoon and welcome. Let me just try and hit on a couple of questions that were posed earlier. On the boards and commissions, basically, some of those that you have an option to show your interest in on page 1 are included in the backup. Those that are not there, we will certainly recheck and give you the additional information that you'll need. As far as appointments, I believe that the Planning and Zoning Commission may be the only appointments that are required to go beyond your term, the end of the start of your term. And I think that is statutory in nature, and Nick can address that when he comes up. The functional responsibilities of the county manager's office is to implement board policy goals and objectives. Those decisions made in your role as board members are implemented through the formulation of policies, both operational and fiscal, and are accomplished with working with senior management and elected officials. Ensuring compliance with the board's directives and statutory mandates, county manager's office works closely with the county attorney's office to ensure that your directives are legally feasible while ensuring the timeliness and accuracy of the completion. Through the maintenance of a strong system of internal controls, county operational strategies are adjusted to meet your established goals and objectives. Following the completion of procedural and administrative studies, staff routinely prepares agenda communications which provide you adequate information to make an informed decision. We include statutory reference, the fiscal impact, and any historical knowledge that you would need to know. Liaison with elected officials and department heads has been covered both by Bill and Susie, so we'll just go on past that one. While the clerk of the board is responsible for maintaining the board agreement files, a lot of the negotiation, renewal, checks and balances falls on the county manager's office as well as senior management staff. County manager is the current designated public lobbyist and is charged with tracking regional, state, and federal legislation, including assessing the impact of proposed legislation on the operations of the county. And we work closely with senior management team, elected official, and the County Supervisors Association to ensure that a uniformed response is submitted on all issues. The complaint system management, the current system we use is called WebQA. Linda Kelly, the executive secretary, actually handles that system. And it provides a means for both public and internal operations to track complaints, questions, inquiries, service interests. It also provides a mechanism for supervisors to monitor what action staff have taken to be responsive to your inquiries. Public records requests, Bill also hit on that. Probably one of the things that he didn't mention is that we're seeing a large increase in this area based upon outside attorneys using this as a means of discovery. Public advisories or press releases are provided either as a means of information or to provide public notices of disease outbreaks, fire danger, and travel warnings. Your medical examiner, this is a contract issue, but is handled by the county manager's office. Our current medical examiner is Dr. Rexine Worrell. The morgue and her office are located in Lake Havasu City. You will be touring that on your trip down there. This will be an area of concern in the near future as she has provided her resignation and does not plan to renew her contract. Television District was established in 1983 via Resolution 1788A and in accordance with ARS 481101. At the time of its formation, the board felt that it was in the public interest to establish this district. The purpose for acquiring, constructing, improving, extending, maintaining, and operating television translator and relay facilities. The current levy rate on this district is 0.0867 cents per $100 of assessed valuation. And as Alan thought he needed a break after the last election cycle, we said we'd throw a couple of comments in there for him. His mission statement is to ensure the integrity of the electoral process, to enhance the public confidence, and encourage citizen participation. County Manager's office is $736,000, and that includes PIO, County Manager, staff, and OMB. Medical examiner contract, $567,600. Television district, 2.2. Capital of $175,000. This is intended to complete a couple of digital relays up in the Strip area and general maintenance on communication sites. Elections is $916,628. The replacement fund, this is a fee that is charged to those districts that he performs election services for and is intended to build up a fund so he can replace both his assets and the electronic needs that he has to conduct an election. Have a block grant is from the Secretary of State and provides maintenance service on his machinery. County Manager Television District, PIO are located in this building on the 3rd floor. Medical examiner on Aviation Drive in Lake Havasu, and elections, of course. I think you all know where elections is. County assets maintained. We have 12 communication sites, mostly from BLM leases and state land leases, consisting of 55 translators and microwaves, approximately $1.8 million in television district inventory. And the medical examiner, while she is a private contractor, we do often obtain grants to assist her with some of her needs, such as a body cooler, an exam table, autopsy sink, things of that nature. And next is Jean Hepler. Oh, I didn't realize you stuck elections in there as well.
Jean Hepler is our, are you talking about risk or are you talking about?
Risk first.
Okay. He is the deputy he's the deputy, or no?
Risk
manager.
Interim
risk manager.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. In the risk management, I have had the honor of stepping in and running that department for about 9 months. And I have a staff of 5, and actually looking at this, I missed the Title V employee that we have working there. But I have 2 loss prevention consultants, 1 security investigator, and 1 risk specialist in the process of looking at hiring a risk manager. And our operating budget is almost $2 million, and most of that is our annual liability insurance. We're self-insured, and we're a member of the Arizona County Insurance Pool, and we're in with 11 counties. And then we have a contingency of our self-insurance fund of $140,000. Our office is located here and on the 2nd floor, and we also have one of our people working with Public Works and Facilities out at Andy Devine, and then our operations is countywide. You know, it's interesting taking on the responsibility, and a couple years ago, we switched our risk to enterprise risk, and in that you moved where risk was down in the organization, moved it up to where it reports directly to the county manager and the importance of it. And we, you know, basically when you look at the goals that we have, Goal 1, financial stability, we have an impact on. Goal 5, enhance public health and safety, particularly safety, both internally and externally. And, you know, being actually consultant to management staff to look at our operations and work very closely with the county attorney to minimize risk avoidance and then also do risk retention and transfer, because if we can transfer liability to a third party, that's what we want to try to do. We manage all claims, litigations through the county attorney and Arizona County Insurance Pool, and also contract attorneys. We also have a self-insurance retention board that we work with. We work with the safety and OSHA, and then workman's compensation within the county. All the employees, if they're injured. This year, so far, we've had 90 incidents, and working with, most of them were first aid where we were able to give a Band-Aid or whatever, but we have medical cases and we work with an occupational, and then also physicals and drug, and the drug testing, random testing. We have one vehicle, and then as far as our assets, and then we also have GPS units that we have on county cars and the sheriff. Several of the counties have gone to this where we're able to look at when a citizen calls up. What's unique about this, a citizen calls up and says, well, I saw a vehicle so-and-so over here. Well, we can go in and look and say, no, that wasn't our vehicle. That was somebody else. And also, it helps us reduce accidents and stuff with that. Our boards, self-insurance retention, safety committee in all major county buildings. So what we look at is security. We work with the courts in maintaining and working together so that we have similar operations. We've gone to one contract, and then also we do the fire safety and safety committees and working with employees. We have accident review board, and then we're also a member of the Arizona PREMA, which is a risk management. Awards and special achievements. I think the county can be proud that we are used, our model of risk management is used for other counties to look at and emulate because of the policies that we put in place. We also have one of the lowest EMODs for workman's compensation, and EMOD is an experience modifier. We have, of the 11 counties, we have the lowest. And to give you an example, our EMOD right now is a 0.91. If it went to a 1.0, which is 100%, it would increase what we pay into our workman's comp by $37,000. So, and then if it goes up to 1.1, it goes up to about $80,000. So, go into my other hat, the Office of Management and Budget. Two staff members, Judy and Leslie, are here, and they played a very, one of the things with the Office of Management and Budget, we have our hands in a lot of different operations, a lot of different things. In fact, they were instrumental in sticking around Friday night, putting things together on this. We do a lot of presentations and putting presentations together. Is include our budget, as Yo said, is in the county operational budget. We also submit grants for application and manage grants when we obtain them. What's interesting, there's grants sometimes that come up that don't fall within a certain department, and we usually go after them and manage them, and I'll talk a little bit. Our location is here on the 3rd floor, and again, operations countywide. And what's interesting, and one of the things that helped bring us, the Office of Management and Budget, to the county was the Strategic Business Goal 2, which is create, manage, and improve the most effective organization. That's what we do and involved in. And we provide direction, support, and guidance. We look at efficiencies within the county and staffing. We also establish all the fees, work with the departments, divisions to establish fees. and we do all the internal controls and management controls, and conduct internal audits, and work with auditors when they come in, and do a little bit of everything. Department of Energy, Energy Star program. One of the board members in 2007 came back from an ACO meeting and said we needed to get, or it was actually the National Association of Counties, so we need to get involved in the court energy program. Well, we looked into it, ended up becoming an Energy Star member, and we're one of the Department of Energy and NACO helped us put all our buildings into the energy portfolio management, so we have 69 buildings in that system. We're also a member of the Investment Oversight Committee and the SIR EBT. We do involved with the audits and also a member of the Colorado River Financial Officers Association, certified a public accountant, and one of my members still is Ohio Society of CPAs, and then the Institute of Internal Auditors. In fact, one of my members is working to get her CIA. And as far as the grants, we just completed, in fact, we're doing some final wrap-up. We received $408,700 in an energy efficient community block grant, and we retrofitted 17 buildings with energy savings, different lighting, air conditioning units, and actually recognized $140,000 savings in that area, and we got a lot more to do. Look forward to working with you, hopefully moving it out in Business Goal 9. We also secured a $230,000, almost $231,000 state physical stabilization. We were able to use that a lot when we were losing money for the waterways for the sheriff. Used a lot for the sheriff and do some other areas there. Well, I'm honored to receive that award and being nominated. So, but there we go. Thank you.
Thank you, Gene. We will take the library district as a direct report to the county manager, and then we can entertain a few questions if you have any. I would like to introduce Ms. Danielle Kroll. She is the director for the library district.
Got to keep time. I've been given 10 minutes, so there's a lot to cover in 10 minutes. So good afternoon. Supervisor Watson, I want to acknowledge and thank you for asking for this orientation, not only for our new supervisors-elect, but for new department heads like myself. So I am taking this opportunity to absorb a lot of information, so this is great. And I want to congratulate our supervisors-elect, Ms. Brotherton, Mr. Moss, and Ms. Angus. So it's great to see all of you. The downward spiral facing our economy and area has touched the lives of many people we know, whether through the loss of a job or someone who has faced foreclosure. The impact of the economy has greatly affected libraries around the country. And so libraries are more important today than they have ever been before. Families are flocking to libraries because it's their only way to provide free entertainment through the use of DVDs and media. Patrons are taking advantage of free internet or Wi-Fi rather than paying for that service at home. Libraries will get you through times of no money. Better than money will get you through times of no libraries. That was said in 1980. Do you all remember the Whole Earth catalog? And it's amazing that that statement is still relevant today, some 22 years later. So I am here to tell you today that I think that libraries bring you hope, possibility, and adventure throughout the world, and especially in Mohave County. So I want to share with you the management team that works tirelessly with their staff to deliver the amazing services that we have at the public library. So what you see before is, of course, the Mohave County Board of Supervisors acts as the official library board. The county manager reports to the Board of Supervisors, and I report directly to the county manager. And you'll see on the next slide where I talk a little bit about the governmental structure, but I wanted to take time to tell you that I have 9 direct reports, of which 8 of them manage various buildings throughout the county for the library system. We have Cindy Amador, who manages the Lake Havasu Library. We have Bev Klaus, manages the Kingman Library. Julie Hulsbeck is the manager of Lake Havasu, and Stella Karzan is in charge of community libraries, and that's basically our bookmobile service and outreach services to the community that also include books by mail. And we have Kathy Kisek, and that Kathy is responsible for coordinating all of our youth services programs throughout the county. Bruce Carter is in charge of the support services, or the back of the house functions, as those of us in the library field refer it to, back of the house. All of the materials that are cataloged and processed go through Bruce Carter's operation. So books just don't miraculously appear in the library. They're not just donated by the public. We wish that they were. We actually have to go to some of the major vendors out there, or Amazon, to order the materials that people are asking of us. So Bruce handles that part of the operation. Larry Chapman is responsible for the couriers. We have daily deliveries to all the branches. We have a wonderful service called Interlibrary Loans. So if you reserve a book either at the library or virtually online at home, we can have it delivered to your library, hopefully within 24 hours. And then the next position is the library specialist. So again, I talked about the organization. We have our Board of Supervisors that serves as our library board. And I'm delighted to say that we have 2 members of our Citizens Advisory here in the audience, Debbie Burnham-Kidwell and Len Druin. Thank you for being here. So they meet every other month. They review library policies with the library director and the management team for consideration before it even goes to the Board of Supervisors for adoption. So our mission, and this has been around for a number of years, the mission of the library is that it provides a network of resources and services offering the people of Mohave County access to global information and personal enrichment. I want to share with you what I believe our values are. I don't have it on the screen, and I'm going to point out to just a couple of things that I just want to have you think about. Under values, I would say that our values as a library is the customer's right to privacy. That is essential. That is the core of library principles. We don't care what people are reading. We just want to make sure they're coming into the library to use the library. And what they read is their business, or what they look at on their computer is their business, providing that they're following the law. And the second value is equal access to information. We welcome everyone. There are no barriers, socially, income, and whatnot. We welcome everyone that uses the public library. As far as my vision, I would like it to say that we would be recognized as a valued asset and contributor to the quality of life in Mohave County. I think that's critical. At the time that I created this presentation, I was using 100 employees, but I believe that accuracy is key. And so the number of employees that we have is 82. I want you to know that we have 49 full-time people, and that there are 25 people that work part-time, under 19 hours a week. And we have 7 people under 20 hours, under 24 hours a week. And I also want you to know that in the library field, the biggest turnover in staffing in any library organization is your part-time staff, because they basically are paid hourly wages, and there's a lot of turnover in every library, especially in your part-timers. But again, we are very proud of the fact that we have 49 people. Now, when I talked about the management team that we have, I also want you to know that we're very proud of the longevity. The average number of years that those 9 people have with the library system is 10 years, and that's a long period of time. Half of our staff have been with the library system for about 20 years. My priorities. My priorities is to get every child ready to read by the time they reach 3rd grade. I think that's key to the success of not only the county, but also key for their success through life. We've got to get people to read and use libraries and get educated so they can make a better life for themselves. Strategic planning is another priority. However, that won't be, some of the things that I'm going to be talking about will be included in the 2013-14 budget. I would like to use a standard model that has been used in the library field, and it's called the Planning for Results Model. It was published by the Public Library Association. I think it's almost 20 years now. That has been around for quite a number of years. The Planning for Results model is wonderful because it's about getting communities engaged to decide what priorities there should be for their particular library. So many libraries have gone with that model. You get community stakeholders to meet, to talk about what the vision should be for the organization as a whole, and then it breaks it down to their local library. So I would like to see that happen in the next 2 years. And then as part of that strategic planning, then we rebrand the library. We need to publicize what we're doing to get more people to come through the door. And, but all of that is getting the community to be involved in that process. The third priority, of course, is staff training and development, and that's really critical. We're working with the Arizona State Library to provide a lot of training for our supervisors and our staff, so there are some great things coming up. And then I think that as a manager, my #1 goal is to take a look at the business goals that Mohave County posts on their website. I looked at the business goals, and I know that efficiency is #1. So as a manager, I feel that part of my responsibility is to figure out, okay, in this bucket of money that I have, what is the best way to maximize resources to provide the best possible service to the taxpayers that pay our salary? And that's why I say it's about providing the best value to the taxpayer and taking a look at what we have, how can we do better, and whatnot. Okay, a little bit about the budget. We have a little over an $11 million budget, but I wish I could say the $11 million is there to spend, but it's only actually 6.9 of that is an operational budget to manage staff, to purchase all the materials, to run all the branches. We have about 5.8 million in cash reserves. And I'm very proud to say that I like Mojave's fiscal responsibility, in that they will not go out for bonds to build a new library. They will use cash, and that's how we were able to expand the library in Bullhead City. And then the Board of Supervisors, again, their responsibility is to set the library's tax levy rate, and so it's 32 cents per $100. So if someone has a $100,000 home, they're spending $32 a year on library tax. That's a bargain, like 87 cents per day, that is what they're spending on library services. And again, we've seen I asked and worked very closely with the finance department to give me a window of what our revenues and expenditures have been in the past 10 years. And so, as you can see, the revenues have declined from 2009. And that is another reason that, I need to see how can we do better with what we have. And it's about sustainability. I think that's the key word, sustainability. How do we sustain what we have? And also to focus on the priorities. It's obvious that we can't be something to everybody. We need to figure out what do we want to focus on and do it the best way possible. Again, the three major libraries, and I call them regional libraries, are in Bullhead City, Kingman, Lake Havasu. They have quite extensive collections and staff. And we have 7 community libraries throughout the region. The community libraries are open 672 hours per month, and the regional libraries are open 56 hours a week. So they're only open 2 evenings per week, and they're open 6 days a week. One of my goals, again, in the next year is to have the regional libraries be open more evenings per week, because I think, I'm saying, where are children going to get help with homework help and whatnot? We need to have some of our libraries open a lot longer than they are. And again, the bookmobile services, as you can see, we border to the north, we border Utah, we go all the way up there. That's on my list of things to do. And east, by the way, we are one of 15 counties in the state of Arizona. So some of our neighboring county libraries are in Cocomino, Yavapai, La Paz, and then Yuma. Under functional responsibilities, again, we provide an array of services, as you can see. I just want to mention that out of the 200,000 residents that we serve, 84,000 people have library cards. I'd love to see it go to 100,000 in the next 2 years. That would be awesome. And of course, I always like to cite the number of computer classes that we have, and there have been 44,000 wireless connections to the library's website and other sites during the fiscal year, and about 835,000 items were checked out. And the other pattern that we're seeing in libraries is that about 30% of the library's collection now is from their downloadable media. We just live in a technology-driven society, and so that's another part of my priority in developing the skill set for the staff so they can provide technology literacy skills for 21st century. In this particular slide, I wanted to demonstrate the buildings that we own and lease. And so we have 7 buildings that we own. We do lease the Gordon Annex, South Mohave, and Valley Vista. I failed to put Valley Vista, but we need to add that to it. And we also have a land lease in Chloride and Dolan Springs. And again, as far as assets, you can see that we own close to 400 computers. 222 are in the public, 121 in the staff area. And our total collection in the system is 236,000 items. And if we can't get it for you within our district, we can borrow the item from another library throughout the state, which is wonderful. I talked about the Citizens Advisory Committee. All of their terms did expire earlier in the year, so they are up for a reappointment, and then also we need to expand the committee to 10 members. And I can't say enough about how instrumental the Friends of the Library are. We have 12 Friends of the Library. They do amazing things as far as raising money for the summer reading games, buying furniture for some of our libraries. They're very supportive of our libraries, and they usually have book sales at least twice a year to bring more money to the library system. And we're very proud that the Bullhead Library received LEED certification, and we're keeping our fingers crossed that it's going to get a gold certified, so we're waiting for that. And then in the past year, we did receive some grant money from the state library for an oral history project, and a lot of our staff were able to tape record some of the citizens out there. So in closing, I want to just quote actor John Goodman said that when I was young, we couldn't afford much, but my library card was my key to the world, and I hope that this is the best thing you've got in your wallet. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle. Do we have any questions from our supervisor-elect on those departments? No? Okay, let's go on to the next one, where I would like to present the Management Services Group, and that's headed by Deputy County Manager John Timko.
Well, thank you all for being so patient. We finally get to the good part. I've been asked to begin my presentation with giving a brief fiscal overview of the county. It's as brief as this: the county is in good fiscal shape. In spite of the national economy and 3 consecutive years of declining total county tax revenues, all of our major funds are solvent. With the exception of a few grant funds, which we can't control, all of our other funds have avoided mandatory layoffs, furloughs, and have been able to maintain excellent customer service. While it's too early in this fiscal year, we're 5 months completed, to make any relatively good projections for this year. I can say that so far the revenue estimates are being met or exceeded, and that the expenses are being kept under control. I don't know if you know that in the general fund, roughly 58% of our total expenditures are in the personnel category, and so we have chosen that as our easiest way to control expenditures, is by controlling how quickly we rehire a vacant position. Currently, there are 124 vacant positions, representing 16% of the total authorized in the general fund that are vacant. And you might think that after hearing the assessor this morning talking about how decimated his staff was, we found that by managing vacancies properly, we can continue to provide services. Most of the vacancies that we have are directly related to the downturn in the economy. For example, nobody's building anything, so the number of building inspectors is way down. Planning and zoning activities are much reduced, and so there have been some significant reductions there. The reason, and sometimes it's asked, well, if you can't afford to fund a position, then why do you keep it? And it's just that we're ready when the economy turns to refill those positions and move quickly into the higher activities. But the only advice I can give you that we need to continue to manage conservatively when it comes to our finances. The assessor made a statement this morning that said the budget drives the tax rate. And I stayed in my chair, but that's just 100% opposite of what's true. The budget is driven by tax revenues and all other revenues. We start, and for the last 11 budgets, have started our budget process with revenue. The revenue that's realistically expected to be there drives what we budget for our expenses. And through that practice, we have been solvent. We've gone from a fund balance when I started 11 years ago of approximately $250,000 to a fund balance today over $19 million. And we've done that by being conservative, by never budgeting more than a conservative estimate of our revenues. And that revenue number starts with the assessor's assessed valuation. That drives the amount that we're able to realize from property taxes, and that's really the start of the process, not the other way around. Budgets don't set tax rates, boards of supervisors do that. Any other questions that you have on the finances? I'd be happy to meet with you individually or as a group, but that's not the point of today's presentation. I'm also the Deputy County Manager for Management Services, and that's a cluster of departments whose primary role is to serve customers who are other departments in the government rather than external customers that are there for example, planning and zoning and building. They have external customers. Our customers are the people who use computers in our offices, the people who buy things through procurement, the people who hire employees through human resources, and the people who love to have their budgets reduced when we go through that process. And the finance department, and actually the finance department does more than cut budgets. We also pay all the bills. We also do all the payroll, and we'll get into that in just a little bit. But financial services, management services exist to help the other departments achieve their goals. And our focus is more on internal customers rather than on external, just by the design of what we do. So we'll move to first to the finance department. I don't know how this thing works. Okay. There's the org chart. We have 12 full-time employees. Most of them were there before I got there, and we have an excellent staff with tremendous amount of experience. Two CPAs and one additional degreed accountant. As I said before, they do all the general ledger accounting that's required by law. They take care of paying all our vendors, take care of paying all our employees, and manage fixed assets and do the budgets. So those are the primary functional areas that we have. We do all that with an expense budget of $1,013,000. We generate revenues of $828,000, and that's generally transfer payments from the other districts that we have a statutory ability to charge for our services. This is primarily the library district, the TV district, and flood control. So we're statutorily allowed to charge them a per parcel fee to cover many services that our department and others provide for them. This year we have zero in our capital budget, and if you've seen our offices, you can understand why that is. We're located on the third floor here in this building and have no outside offices. Our functional responsibilities, primary responsibility is budget preparation and monitoring. Not only do we create the budget, but we monitor it through the year to make sure that folks are getting along well within their budgetary constraints. General ledger accounting and audit is another key function that we have to do to keep track of where we are. We have the payroll. Obviously, we pay about 1,800 people every 2 weeks and never miss one. And if they did, you'd know. But at any rate, accounts payable, we pay twice a week. Our vendors very rarely complain about late payments. And if they do, it's typically because the bill didn't get to the accounts payable people from the department in a timely manner. But everything that we get in, we process within the same week. And we pay probably about $40 million a year in bills through our accounts payables. We also do the accounting for cash receipts. Various people will tell you about the cash that they bring in through their departments. It's our job working with the treasurer to make sure that all those monies get deposited and accounted for properly to the department and the line item that they represent, so it helps us budget in the future. And so cash receipts is an important part of keeping track of where our revenue is coming from. The fixed asset accounting, like any organization, we need to keep track of the things that we buy. Early in my career, I worked for the Illinois Department of Corrections, and we were doing a physical asset inventory during part of our audit, and there was a bulldozer that couldn't be found. So things as large as bulldozers and as unusual as electric chairs are kept in inventory with inventory tag numbers and must be accounted for annually through an audit to make sure that all the fine laptops and computers that we buy stay, until it's time to replace them. Capital projects monitoring, again, that's been a fairly light duty for the past several years because our capital program since the jail has been pretty restricted, and that's due primarily to the economy and the lack of ability to move on to our next projects. Audit coordination, every year we are audited by the State Auditor General. They bring a team in and do field work here, test records, test transactions, and then issue an audit report, which you as board members would be receiving. Commissions and committees, we coordinate through Management Services and myself as Finance Director with the Employee Benefits Trust Board, the Self-Insurance Retention Board, and I'm also a member of the Treasurer's Investment Oversight Committee. That kind of wraps the financial services area. I take Danielle's watch and turn it over to Ray Osuna from Human Resources to give his report. Thank you.
Susie, thank you for the lift. I appreciate that. As you can see, I'm vertically challenged like Susie. Every Tuesday morning, her and I fight over the high chair in the executive conference room. Congratulations, Mrs. Brotherton, Mr. Moss, Ms. Angus. Mr. Moss's question prompts me to give you a brief history of public employment in our country. In terms of how we got here today to a merit system. In the late 19th century, early 20th century, public employment was basically based on political patronage. With the victors went the spoils, and mayors could hire whoever they wanted. Led to the creation of employees fighting for their rights, creating unions, led to the U.S. Enactment of the Civil Service Act, which started the evolution of about 60 years of employment law to protect the rights and interests of employees. That came down to the states. The state is silent in terms of the board required to have a merit system. It doesn't articulate what that means. But the word merit pretty much says it, that all employment from hire to retention to training to discipline should be based on merit, the ability of a person to do the job, not extraneous matters like race, sex, religion, or who they know. So that's a little history in terms of merit systems. I've worked in the public sector personnel management for 36 years, 32 of that in Arizona. And I can say safely that most counties have similar merit rules as we do, and most cities, towns have similar merit rules. They may call them personnel rules, but they're essentially the same. But as Bill said, there's a little nuances depending on the public agency. For your information, IPMA CP means I'm a member of the International Personnel Management Association, designated as a certified professional. This is my staff. My direct reports are Marcia Trost, my confidential assistant and secretary, Mr. Ken Cunningham. Recently came to our department about a year ago, and he helps me oversee directly the Employment Services Division and the Benefits Division. We have a receptionist, Jerry Albanese, 2 technicians, Shandi Lozzi, Mavis Turner, and benefits coordinator, benefits specialist, Paula and Karen. As all of you know, we vacated a benefits manager about 3 months ago, and I opted to use that position to hire a more needed clerical support instead of another manager. I think we're doing well in terms of managing the department. The organizational structure of the department is myself and Marcia. Now, on any given policy issue, I include Ken and his staff, and the benefits staff when we're making policy and procedural interpretations as it applies to any employee situation. We're a very lean department. I can say that 5 years ago when I got here, we had 6 more employees in the department. And I can confidently say that this team is doing as much as that team used to 5 years ago because they're working harder. Our budget is very lean and mean. I'm not going to cover it. Certainly glad to cover it Thursday when you walk through our office, but our operating budget is about $500,000. Our revenue income, about $61,000. The big bucks, so to speak, are in our health benefits division. Operating budget, contingency budgets, healthcare claims budgets, revenue income from premiums employees pay, and we are not building any buildings, so no capital budgets. We are located on the 2nd floor of this building at the very end on the 2nd floor. Functional responsibilities of the first section is what I call it the administration section. That's me, Marcia, Ken, and sometimes his staff. Related to merit, our sole function is to be sure that we treat our employees with respect to their employment in compliance with federal and state law. There's approximately 20 federal law employment law statutes in corresponding states that we're all responsible to be sure that we treat our employees in compliance with those laws. We're required, because it's a policy, to have an equal employment opportunity program. I am the designated officer. I am responsible to administer, through advice and counsel, the merit rules and various administrative procedures, such as 11-1, which governs classification, compensation, leaves, and benefits. I am the administrative arm of the Merit Commission and help them in their duties. I oversee and advise our managers on discipline, complaint, and grievance administration. I also advise employees, not just the management. Employee development programs, which is very rudimentary, but over the last 3 years, we've started some very basic supervisory skills programs. And of course, in concert with John, I'm very involved in the Benefits Trust Fund Board support. Me and my staff are a member of several national and regional and state personnel management associations, which we take part of. Now, going back to the 4th bullet point. In Merit Rule 104, my duties are articulated in the merit rules, and in effect, the duties of my staff. It is to administer the merit rules and administrative procedures governing personnel. It is my responsibility to propose and maintain merit rules, and I will be doing that this coming year with a new board, recommending updated merit rules. As Bill said, we kind of copied the Coconino rules several years ago. My responsibility includes to enforce the merit rules. Now, as somebody was saying, I have no line authority over any department head. I cannot tell a department head what to do. As a staff department head, my power is in credibility, advisement, and counsel. And most of the time, I see eye to eye with department heads. Sometimes I don't, and then the head of the merit system, which is the county manager, has to resolve disagreements. My responsibility is to maintain a classification system, a compensation plan, which includes a benefits program, obviously recruitment and selection and placement, employee development, all duties related to the administration of the personnel merit system. In our country, there are 3 basic types of personnel management systems. There is a seniority system that will basically be tied to unions, and there are merit systems like ours. The third is a rudimentary kind of fly by the seat of your pants system that mostly you will see in small towns. I'm the administrative arm of the Merit Commission, and I am responsible to perform all other lawful acts to administer the merit system. Employment Services Division, that is Ken and his staff, they are responsible again for federal law compliance. We do not hire people unless we're in compliance with federal and state laws. They are responsible for the maintenance of classification compensation programs, which means, as other things, write job descriptions, work with the department heads to keep those updated. They partner with the department heads to recruit and select for classified and unclassified employees. On a daily basis, Ken and his staff, and sometimes I, advise supervisors and employees on things related to the foregoing areas. Ken's staff is responsible for new employee hire, orientation, and placement, of course, in partnership with the department heads. The Health Benefits Division obviously administers our health plans. They provide John and myself the administrative support to help the Employee Benefits Trust Fund. They provide a lot of help to dependents and employees in terms of how to best access their medical health plans. This coming year, we're going to work with Aaron Collins and Associates and put forth before the Benefits Trust Fund Board and the new Board of Supervisors a wellness program. Something we've kind of been talking about for a couple of years. It's time that we move it forth to basically help our employees be healthier and, of course, reduce our health care expenses. Me, and Karen, John, and Paul are also liaison with our medical plan consultants and providers. Commissions and committees and programs that we support, we partner very close with Tom Sheehan and his staff and the administration of the Public Safety Personal Retirement System. Also the Correctional Officers Retirement System, and my staff is liaison with the Arizona State Retirement System, which affects most employees. Also liaison with the Elected Officials Retirement Plan, which includes the three of you. Of course, the Employee Benefits Trust Fund we support in concert with John, and we're also a part of the Tuesday Management Business Plan Group. And of course, we support the Merit Commission. Ms. Brotherton sat in at a hearing last week, and I hope you found that interesting. Awards and special accomplishments. As I said, I'm a certified professional from the International Public Management Association for Human Resources. Ken Cunningham will take his test, I believe, next week to be certified as a professional in our business. Mavis Turner, Shandi Losi are working through receiving their certificates from that agency. And recently, Shandi Losi received a national scholarship. It was kind of a competitive process that led to the significant funding of her attendance at our national conference. Now, the point of these accomplishments is that we don't do our jobs in isolation. My staff is out there learning from the best and the brightest in our profession, whether it be other counties, other agencies like SHRM, Society for HR Management. HR is a complex business today, and my staff keeps up in terms of developments. Oops. That's a brief oversight of our responsibilities. Again, they're articulated in Merit Rule 104, and we can kind of follow up Thursday if you have any questions. Thank you for your attention.
We have Nathan for Information Technology.
Good morning, and congratulations. My name's Nathan McDaniel. I'm the Information Technology Director for Mohave County. Interesting fact that some people may not know is I was technically the very first person hired into the Information Technology Department back when the county was outsourcing its data processing to a company called SCT. One of my first tasks in working with the county was basically to provide technical support to the departments that were not covered under that contract, and via that process, I began my role in learning about technology and becoming the person that I am today. So I'm very appreciative of the county for my career and what it's allowed me to do. So that being said, I operate and maintain the Information Technology Department along with my team. Our structure of our organization is basically broken up into 3 divisions. We have a communications division. That division is primarily responsible for a mail room that we operate here at 700 West Beale Street. We do jury letters. We've delivered we've printed and mailed tax bills. And one of our other divisions is client services. And basically the client services division is kind of our project management arm. That's the section of IT where we interface with vendors that provide line of business applications to specific departments within the county. And actually, let me jump back to communications real quick. One of the other major pieces of that is communications, not just mail, but telephones, cell phones, internal phones. We also have a mail courier that travels between all of the cities delivering mail, and most people use that service on a regular basis. The third section of IT is basically network services. That's pretty much the desktop support section of IT. Communications consists of 5 employees, a manager, and 4 subsequent employees. We have one office specialist, office assistant, office clerk, and a mail courier. In network services, our PC network techs are pretty much the people that are on staff to basically provide desktop support. They're the ones that are responding to your calls to the help desk when you need help with pretty much anything technology related. And as far as the number of users we support right now, I think we're supporting around 1,200 desktops with basically 6 people. Client services, as I mentioned, is kind of the project management arm. We have programmers and database administrators, and one of the other pieces of our client services group is our GIS coordinator, and the county has a fairly renowned geographic information system, which is available on the county's website. I don't know if any of you may have used that, but it's a powerful tool that many people utilize on a regular basis. From a budget standpoint, information technology is, in my mind, a very lean and mean operation. We do a lot with a very small number of employees. We have 19 employees total, and as John mentioned, we're an internal service department, so when I say revenue, that's not necessarily revenue that comes from the outside world, that's revenue that comes from internal departments. So the way the IT budget is set up is we're set up to function like a business inside of the county. So we basically develop a per PC support charge. All of our operational expenses basically boil down to that per PC support charge. So when you receive your budgets, based on the number of computers that you have, will kind of dictate what your IT operational costs will be, and that's basically, that equates to the revenue that IT collects. Communications budget is separate from IT because of the same thing. We want to have like a per phone support charge, separate of the PC. Our office location is here physically. We have one staff person that is located in Lake Havasu City. He's one of our desktop technicians, and his job is basically to support the remote areas. Kingman is the county seat, and most of our offices are here, so we don't really need a bunch of people in all of the remote locations. Just one in Havasu seems to be working fairly well. Functional responsibilities, anything technology, pretty much it in a nutshell. From hardware to software, internet access, email, printing, managing all of the county's systems, document management, Justware for the county attorney's office. The library has a book system. Pretty much every department inside the county has a line of business application that basically creates operational efficiency. The one thing I will say from a functional responsibility standpoint is that we support all the internal departments except for the Superior Courts. There's a separate group called Court Automation that is underneath the Superior Courts, and they provide support to probation, justice courts, and Superior Courts. So all of those employees are not supported by my group. County assets, we maintain network infrastructure for Mohave County. When I first came to work for this county, there wasn't a county network. There wasn't countywide email. We didn't have internet access. So where we've come from in my 15 years at the county is tremendous. I think most of you that were here knew what it was like to try to communicate with someone without Messenger or without email or without even the ability to say, oh, I put that file out on the share drive. So we've come a very long ways in 15 years. The county data center, you'll be able to see that when you go on your tour of this building, I believe on the 6th. So our office is on the 3rd floor, and we have an exceptional data center. It's pretty much where all of the county servers and communications equipment is located. That is kind of the heartbeat of the county operations from a technical standpoint. Commissions, committees, and programs supported. While we don't really interact with the commissions on an administrative side. We're basically there to be a technical support. Like this room is one of the major functions that we support. Matt Crick, our audiovisual coordinator, is sitting back there in the AV room running the equipment and adjusting the mics as people step away from the, and that's one of the things to try to get the public value of the video is you got to talk into mics so people can hear it. So we also do the Planning and Zoning Commission's meetings out of this room. One of the other things I forgot to mention is we do support the Superintendent of Schools offices and their IT operation. The Board of Health meets in this room also, and so does the Merit Commission. So Matt Crick supports those commissions and any other boards and commissions that are kind of associated with any other departments in the county. And it looks like one of my slides got missed in the merging process, but in 2010, Information Technology and Mohave County won an award from NACO, and it's the 2010 Digital Counties Survey Award. And basically every year the National Association of Counties sends out a survey that every county in the nation has the opportunity to fill out, and basically it's a series of questions and about how your county's meeting the challenge of providing public service to constituents of your county using technology, and how you're creating operational efficiencies through the use of that technology. And that's all I have. Welcome.
Thank you, Nathan. We have the last department under management services, Annie Fruworth. She's our procurement manager. And after this, we're going to have a break.
Good morning and welcome. As she said, I'm Annie Newton Fruworth, procurement manager, and our department works under the guidance of John Timko, deputy county manager for management services. We're on the same level as the financial services, human resources, and information technology, which I said we all fall under the deputy county management services. We have a very small staff. I have 3 procurement officers, a storekeeper who manages our warehouse, and our secretary. We are a small department, but we do make a big impact. Our budget, I just kind of outlined the revenues. We do copy paper sales in this building, so we maintain revenue coming in from the departments that we charge out. And we also have sale of county assets. That actually is based on a contract that we have for our online surplus, where other participating agencies piggyback onto our contract. And as part of that, we get a commission off of total sales that are incoming into the public group, which is the one that we contract with. And then the refunds, that's rebates less fraudulent charges, and that's for rebates like we get for the P card and for our office depot. And I recently changed over the format that we're using on Staples Advantage, so we're going to start getting a rebate off of that, as well as a Home Depot rebate that I just recently finished signing up most of our P card users that utilize our Home Depots. And our expenditures are outlined there. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail with that. The Mohave County Procurement Department is located here in this building. We're on the first floor and we're down at the very opposite end. We have our warehouse located also on that end, and it's between us and we have a communications division that's right in our hallway as well. In addition, we also have Procurement Officer Senior responsible for the Public Works, Development Services, and Economic Development departments, and she works out of an office located at the Public Works facility up on Andy Devine. Oops, sorry. Let's see. Our functional responsibilities are that we purchase goods and services needed by our organization and the citizens it serves. We're comprised of 2 divisions, the Contract Divisions and Central Services Division. The Contracts Division procures commodities, services, architectural and engineering services, and construction services for all county departments and divisions. We're committed to the principles of open competition and fairness. And the Procurement Department authority is based in law under the operation of the Procurement Department, and it's established by the Arizona Revised Statutes 11-251 and the Mohave County Procurement Code, Article 11, Section 1. And our procurement code is on our website. You can go to the under the departments and choose procurement, and we have our Mohave County Procurement Code that's there, as well as we put on all of our formal solicitations under our bids solicitations. And we also have the cooperative contracts posted as well, so that other organizations, if they sign a cooperative purchase agreement with us, then they can piggyback onto our contracts. The Mohave County Board of Supervisors adopted the Mohave County Procurement Code as Resolution 2005-56 on January 18th, 2005. And the Procurement Code is substantially based on the American Bar Association's Model Procurement Code for state and local government agencies. The Central Services Division operates a surplus property program, and the Central Services Warehouse routes inbound deliveries and outbound shipments via United Parcel Services, Federal Express, and other shipping firms. And we also maintain stocks of copying paper, designated toner cartridges, and staples for the county leased copiers. The surplus property no longer needed by county departments and division is offered for sale through competitive bids or public auction in accordance with ARS 11-251. Sales by competitive bid are conducted in accordance with Article 3, Section 3, which is competitive sealed bidding, or Article 3, Section 6, which is small purchases, with the sale awarded to the highest responsible bidder. And then public auctions may be conducted on-site or electronically. And as I mentioned before, we do contract with the public group, and it's under contract number 10P01, and it was competitively bid. Unless otherwise provided, all proceeds from sale or auction of surplus property will be deposited into the county's general fund. Proceeds from sale of enterprise, federal grant, or other special designation property will be reimbursed less prorated selling expenses to the appropriate fund after completion of each sale. Commissions, committees, and programs supported. Of course, I already mentioned the online surplus property auction program, the procurement card. It's administered by the Finance Department under partnership with the Procurement Office. We also work with IT in Munis workflow and online requisition process. That's basically where each of the departments, they input their requisition needs, and it goes through a workflow program where it's approved by the applicable people within that department, and then it goes through finance, through fixed assets, through the budgetary process, and then it comes down to me as the procurement manager, and then it goes on finalized by our procurement officers. And I believe you were all here this morning, so you saw that we did get our 8th annual and consecutive AEP award this morning, which is the Achievement of Excellence in Procurement. And under professional development, we have a budget for training as well as professional development, which I really try and get my staff to take advantage of. Myself, as well as Terry Williams, both have earned our Certified Professional Public Buyers back in 2009. And Tara Acton, who is a procurement officer senior, she just took her test just last month, October, or yes, it was 2 months ago now. And she's still waiting on hearing the results on that. And Tony Burgett, he is hoping to take his certification here in next October. They only give the test twice a year in May and October. And it is a quite lengthy exam, so you have to study, study, study. We're also, my staff and I are members of the National, it's the National Institute for Government Procurement, and then we also are members of the Grand Canyon chapter of that, and it's called the NIGP, and then the National Procurement Institute Incorporated as well. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Annie. That's the end of the Management Services Department. Do we have any questions on that cluster of departments before we take a break? No? Okay, at this time, do you wish to have a 5-minute break? Okay, let's resume in 5 minutes. In the interest of time, I think we need to proceed. We plan to end this orientation exactly at 5 o'clock, so that's going to be a challenge for a lot of us. We're going to be able to do it, okay? The next presentation is actually my group of departments. It's called Health and Community Services. Oh, sorry. Okay. As you can probably see here on the slides that I'm showing before you, there are actually 3 main group of departments that are covered. We have Public Fiduciary Services, Public Health Services, and Community Services. The mission of this cluster of departments is to improve the quality of life for Mohave County residents through health and community services, one-stop delivery system. I think as we go on through the presentation, you'll see that we are the advocates of your residents and constituents in the field of public fiduciary, housing, workforce, and all the areas of public health. As you can probably see here, we serve our residents. We are directly under the Board of Supervisors, under the County Manager. I'm the Deputy County Manager for this group of departments. However, I also am the Community Services Department Director, and I've been that for the last 17 years. The other department that's under my group is the Public Fiduciary, Catherine Robbins. Ms. Robbins has been with us for approximately 9 years, so that's been a long, or 10 years, she's telling me 10. And we have Ms. Patty Mead, who has been our Public Health Director for 13 years, correct, Patty? So I think that's one of the pride that I have in my department. We have long-term managers and department head that provides consistency and stability for our department. Let me present my own department. As I say, concurrently, I'm also the Community Services Director for the last 17 years. And under my department, we have Dave Wolf, who is our Housing and Community Revitalization Manager, and Jen Miles. Similarly, Mr. Wolf has served 15 years as a manager, and Jen Miles has served for approximately 10 years. So we are long-term employees for Mohave County. The goal, basically, of community services is to create and enhance viable and livable communities for Mohave County. This is the organizational structure of my department. Basically, we have approximately thereabouts close to 30 staff. Sometimes it includes some of our part-time people who works during summer. But we have 2 distinct divisions in community services. One is the Housing and Community Revitalization Division, of which Mr. Dave Wolf heads, and also Workforce Development Division with Ms. Jan Miles. Under the Housing and Community Revitalization Division, we basically have 3 major departments. We have one, Mohave County Housing Authority, which serves the entire area. You've probably heard housing authorities before. Just to let you know, we do not own houses. We do not own apartments. We do not own tenement houses. We basically run what we call a voucher program. It is a rental assistance program alone. When the Housing Authority was organized, it was a commitment with the Board of Supervisors then in the 90s that we will never compete with the private sector in owning properties. Therefore, we only stuck to rental assistance program for Housing Authority. We also have a new program called Neighborhood Stabilization Program. As you've probably heard last year, I think, we were awarded $1 million from Housing and Urban Development, and that $1 million allowed us to purchase homes that are in foreclosure, homes that have been abandoned, or homes that have been deteriorating in some of our targeted communities. Those funds, those federal funds that we got, were used to purchase these homes, rehabilitate them, and turn around and make them affordable housing for low-income families, or eligible families, as I call it. The third major program in the Housing and Revitalization Division is what we call the Community Development Block Grant Program and Rehabilitation Program. This, again, is basically a grant-funded program. We receive federal funds to develop different projects. You hear them CDBG, Community Development Block Grant. Our projects ranges from water systems, senior centers, public services, housing rehabilitation, and several projects in the community starting from the 1980s. On the flip side of the department is the Workforce Development Division. It's basically, again, a federal granted programs that assist adult programs, youth programs, older workers. You probably heard the term Title V earlier. These are older workers that we're putting back in the workforce. And we also do, we also assist businesses when they have when they close down businesses. We do what we call a rapid response. Totally, we manage also an office that is called a one-stop career center. We have Career Comprehensive Center in Kingman. We have a satellite career center in Bullhead City, and also one in Lake Havasu City. All the programs for community services serves the entire Mohave County, even the cities. Okay, we do have a good partnership with the city, especially in the housing program. They do partner with us because we are the housing authority for the entire county area. I'm kind of going fast on this thing because we're in the interest of time. We will have the opportunity more to discuss those projects when you come visit our area. In terms of budget, basically we get general funds and also federal and state funds. For this budget year, we get close to $500,000 in general fund. However, for the grant and state funds, we get $8.3 million. As I always say, you know, for every dollar of general fund invested in us, in our department, community services actually infuses approximately $15 of the state funds or federal funds in our community. So we basically are grant-funded and federal-funded programs. You can see here, for instance, in Housing and Community Revitalization Division, all the programs we administer, we get $5.8 million for this year. For the Workforce Development Division, for all the employment and training programs that we have, people we put to school, training, and also work experience, we actually generate $2.5 million this year to be able to assist our residents in getting or putting them back to work or getting their education. Offices, we basically have our office here in Kingman, here in the administration office, and you'll get a chance to visit that. We have satellite offices in Lake Havasu and Bullhead City. In Lake Havasu, it's in College Drive, and in Bullhead City, it's actually a separate building out in Hancock, and we will get a chance to visit that when we go to Bullhead City. It's very new, and we also have one-stop career centers in all these areas that we have. But in addition to that, we also partner with the Bullhead City Library. We have what we call the Job Hub. So there's a partnership between the library and us in trying to get people in a computer area to find jobs and resources to get back to work. Functional responsibilities. The Housing and Community Development Revitalization Division basically promotes quality housing, affordable housing in Mohave County. And based on that, we do permanent housing and transitional housing. For permanent housing, we do Section 8. You probably have heard that. Section 8 program, Housing Choice Program. We've presented our supportive housing for homeless, disabled, and veterans. And lately, we did a contract that is partnership with the health department that also provides housing for people with AIDS. For transitional housing, we work with Mohave Mental Health and NARBA and Behavioral Services in trying to provide transitional housing for our SMI clients. We have, our programs are targeted to alleviate immediate health and safety issues, also under the Owner-Occupied Housing Rehabilitation Program. These are owner-occupied housing that we rehab, and those are houses for income-eligible, elderly, and disabled individuals in our community. And the last for this is provide homeownership opportunities when we purchase those homes, rehab them, and turn around and sell them to eligible families and make that as affordable housing. Just as a continuation, we talked about CDBG. There's a listing of some of the projects we've had 2010, and currently on 2012, we're owner-occupied housing rehabilitation. The most important thing to remember in trying to get all these grants from federal and state to come to our community is actually we use those funds to boost the economy as well, our local economy. We develop projects, we pay rental assistance to our landlord, reducing their vacancy for the houses in that. So we figure some of the projects that we have actually boost our local economy. The other division is Workforce Development Division. We basically have two customers. One is business customers, and we provide employment and training partnerships with them. And the other customer that we have are individuals looking for jobs and training. We convene and facilitate regional sector strategies for targeted industries in healthcare, manufacturing, and energy. We provide and facilitate those through our programs. I mentioned initially the one-stop career centers. Again, we have job seekers going out there trying to use our centers to be able to do job search, job readiness. We do intensive coaching for them to be able to get jobs. For employers, we help them in their recruitment, screening, and assessment. When one employer closes down, like recently we have one, our staff goes out there, helps the employer, and also helps the employee to be able to transition because of the closure of those plans. We provide rapid response to all these employers when they are downsizing or closing businesses. The assets that we maintained for the Housing and Community Revitalization Division, I listed some properties there, and these are the properties we actually acquired. You know, in those targeted areas. We acquired those properties. The title is Mohave County until we rehab them and sell them to eligible families. And then in Workforce Development Division, of course, we have all those computers, printers, and automobiles that we use in our department. Commissions, committees, and programs we support. We have the Mohave County Housing Authority Board of Directors. You will be members of the Board of Directors. We have a 5-member board for our Board of Directors, but we also have an additional 2 resident member. We actually meet once every quarter, and you review all the housing programs that we have, our policies, our plans, so you will be sitting as part of that Board of Directors. We are proud that Dave Wolf has been appointed by the governor to the Arizona Housing Commission. We have a list of all the partners that we have in the list in front of you. For the Workforce Development Division, one of the boards that you will be appointing members to would be the Mohave La Paz Local Workforce Investment Board. Now, this board is set by the Workforce Investment Act. You will be appointing private sector members, one-stop members, and members belonging to education, labor, and community service organizations, and so on. We have a template of that. What we have done is that because we expanded our membership because of the 5-member board, you will be appointing new members, or there will be some members who says we want to be reappointed, but really it's up to you whether you want to reappoint them or not. We will be putting that in your agenda, hopefully sometime in January. The other one is the Mohave La Paz Youth Council. Now you may say, what is La Paz? Why is La Paz included there? We're actually a consortium. Mohave and La Paz is a consortium under the Workforce Investment Act. And they do have membership to this board, which is appointed by the Board of Supervisors, and ours are appointed by our own board. But we have just one board. We call them Mohave La Paz. Same thing with the Youth Council. These are probably your appointments as well. We are coming in January to give you more appointments for the Youth Council for the Mohave County side of the consortium. The rest are all our partners and commissions that we are part of. Awards and special accomplishments. One of the pride that we have is that U.S. Housing and Urban Development has awarded Mohave County Housing Authority as most valuable partner for almost 4 years. Every year of those 4 years, they came and monitor us. They find that we are a high performer, and therefore they honor us as one of their most valuable partner. One of my staff has been awarded in 2009, and then we had a congressional recognition, again, our housing authority in 2011. In the Workforce Development Division, most of the things we have are partnerships that we have. The Kingman and Mohave Manufacturer Association, we're a part of that, and my staff has facilitated the formation of that association. We have the Coyote Youth Program. You're very familiar with that when we have the youth for the summer. We earned our first place in video, Department of Labor, when we showed how we transform somebody unemployed through our programs to be gainfully employed after that. We won an award for that. But most important thing, I think, is we get incentive funds for our performance. These are actually funds that come to us because we meet the performance of the program, and we have been a high performer. Our Coyote Youth Program is one of the best practices in the state, and we're very proud of that. At this time, I would like to turn the podium to our Public Health Director, Patty Mead.
A warm welcome. I haven't met you all personally, but I'm delighted to meet you today. Since we're on a time crunch and your eyes are glazed over, what I'm hoping that you'll remember from my presentation today is my passion for my job in public health department. I think we do a tremendous job, and the team that I work with are the most honorable, resourceful, dedicated people that I know. Over 100 people work in my department. I have 6 division managers, and I am very honored to work with each one of them on a daily basis. We also have about 150 volunteers that help us at our senior centers and in a variety of our other divisions. So we have a lot of people coming and going in our department on a daily basis. Here's our 6 division managers. I've worked with them probably all 13 years. We have an administrative division located here in our Kingman office, and we provide account management for our 36 grant programs. We also provide birth and death certificates. In our nursing division, we provide a variety of programs that I'm going to mention later, but I think just to highlight, we have family planning, reproductive health, HIV prevention. The newborn intensive care program is a program where referrals are given from high-risk neonatal centers. Whenever a mother is referred to a high-risk center for her pregnancy and or the baby's referred, they get referred to our department, and a nurse goes to visit them for up to 2 years afterwards to make sure that that baby is healthy and avoids higher medical costs later in life. So that's a program I just wanted to highlight because I think it's an important program here for our citizens. We also have Health Start, teen pregnancy prevention, our sexual transmitted disease program, and our Ryan White program. In our environmental health division, we have our food safety program, which provides inspections to all of our restaurants, hotels, and motels, pools, public pools. We have our Smoke-Free Arizona program, which helps to monitor compliance with smoke-free environments. And we have our septic permitting system, and I think it's of interest to note that in 05-06, we were doing as many as 2,903 permits a year, and this last year we did 385. And that's why you see that we have 8 frozen positions, or actually 11 frozen positions in environmental health, because early on my environmental health manager came to me and said, we don't have enough work. And so as people left, we were able to freeze those positions rather than laying off anybody. Probably one of the best examples of what public health does in environmental health is several years ago we instituted a food handler training or food handler safety program so that all people that work in restaurants have to take a food handler training class. And at that time in Bullhead City, we had over 200 cases of hepatitis A, and we basically have brought that down to 0 as a result of those classes. Our nutrition health promotion division, we have our tobacco and chronic disease. If you haven't heard, Mohave County is not to be recognized for its smoking rate. We have a very high smoking rate and an extremely high smoking rate in pregnant women. We also provide WIC services. An example of something that we do that helped one of your clients is we found out that a mother was concerned about her safety. Her child seat was restrained in the car. So one of our staff went out and truly saw that the car seat was not installed properly, helped her install it properly, and a call later that afternoon, the mother was in a car accident on the way home. They hit the car where the child was, and without the car seat being installed properly, there probably would have been some health problems. So we're very fortunate that we have programs like that in our department. We also provide the commodities food program for seniors out of that division, and that provides food boxes for seniors in need. We have a breastfeeding counseling program, and a new program that we have is we'll focus on health policy. Senior programs, which I know Steve is, he's been on our senior site council in Bullhead City when we were in charge of the Bullhead City Senior Center. We provide congregate meals and we provide homebound meals to all of our needy seniors. And besides providing meals, we do daily phone checks and safety checks on those seniors so we can find out if somebody's fallen, somebody's not answering the phone. We immediately either call 911 or go check out the situation for ourselves. Seniors, and then last but not least, and after 9/11, we were given funding from the federal government to prevent bioterrorism and other types of emergencies here in the United States. And so our program's grown tremendously in those 10 years. We also respond to natural disasters, and we've been available to respond to the floods in Beaver Dam both times. I've sent a lot of staff up there to help with that. And we're basically on call for all emergency response and disease reporting 24 hours a day. So sometimes in the middle of the night, I get a phone call from a local ER physician asking me what does he do about a TB patient, etc. Our budget is about $6 million a year. Out of that, we get about 2.3 from federal grants. 1.6 comes from fees. We get about 1.5 from the general fund. We have offices, as you know, in Kingman, Bullhead, Havasu. We also have a senior center in Golden Shores. We do have a couple of staff up in Colorado City, nursing staff, and we do have a staff, environmental health staff, uses an office in Beaver Dam. One of the things I also wanted to mention about our locations is that although environmental health is definitely part of public health, our offices are located for environmental health in Bullhead City and here in Kingman in a different building, and that is for the customer's benefit so that they get one-stop shopping, even though they're an important part of public health. In terms of our functional responsibilities, and we're required by statute to do most of the things we do, except for our grants. There's over 90 reportable diseases currently right now, so we get a lot of phone calls asking for help with that. We are responsible for the child fatality review team here, and when we investigate a TB case, which we usually have about 2 or 3 a year, we are not only responsible for working with a sick individual, but all of the contacts they come in with. So as an example, a couple years ago, we had over 300 contacts from one TB case. So a lot of extra work for staff, and you never know when it's coming. We have a great relationship with our state offices. Only counties have public health departments in Arizona, so we are responsible for the cities and all the county here in public health. These are the services I've already mentioned. I'm trying to go quickly here. In terms of assets, 2 years ago, we were well aware that we had no medical supplies for surging here in this county or actually anywhere in the state of Arizona. So we applied for a Homeland Security grant, and I'm glad to say now that we have surge supplies for over 300 people. In case the hospitals get too busy at some point, we are able to treat people at a surge capacity for up to 3 to 4 days if the hospitals were too busy. And that's located over here in the new warehouse. We are a member of a variety of boards. We do have the Board of Health, which you'll find out about a little bit later. And awards, probably, we get awards a lot. My staff does, actually. I am just there to help them accomplish what they need to do. We're Project Public Health Ready certified. We were the second county in the state of Arizona to get that. We just recently received a best practice from the National Association of City and County Health Officials for our nuisance complaint program. And as you can see there, they list. But what I'm most proud of is the people that I work with. So on behalf of public health, I would like to end with a story. Just recently, we got a phone call from Kingman Regional Medical Center that they had a patient, and they needed somebody to come over and provide some guidance. Come to find out, this had been a traveler. They worked as a job traveling, and they'd been sick for 2 years. They'd gone to countless doctors, and nobody had been able to diagnose them. Our medical director, Dr. Wynn, went over and diagnosed this person with tuberculosis. And as you can imagine, the amount of contacts they've had traveling over the last 2 years while they've had TB is phenomenal. But we're working closely with their home state and with their contacts here and with the state health department to make sure that the citizens of Mohave County stay safe. And that's an example of what we do on a daily basis. Thanks.
The last one is Ms. Robbins. She's our public fiduciary.
Hello and good afternoon. Okay, well you can see from my first slide that we're a large department of 6 and that I've been the public fiduciary here in Mohave County for 10 years. I am an at-will employee, so therefore I'm not covered by the merit system, but my staff are all covered. I have my deputy with me today, Rashida Saminsky, and she's over here behind you to the right. Rashida has been in my office for 6 years. I have a total of, I think, 32 years of fiduciary expertise and institutional knowledge with my current staff. and we are a wonderful team. There's the org chart. Basically, there's me on top and everybody else. We all work really hard. I'll skip over that one. We have just $500,000 in operational budget, of which $100,000 of that runs the county indigent descendants program. So that's $60,000 to bury or cremate people, and the other $40,000 approximately is taken up in my staff's salaries to administer the program. I have a revenue goal this year for fiscal year 13 ending in June of $88,000. We will meet that revenue goal by the end of January. You can see from my history that we come in under budget. This is because of usually a vacancy earnings, because it's a very slim budget with just some office supplies, travel, training, and salaries. We're 5 days a week, 8 to 5 here in this building. Though my case administrators, they serve all over the county, myself included, the whole county, the region, and then also we have clients placed in Maricopa County. We have 7 people right now in Maricopa County because we don't have the resources for that level of need, behaviorally or medically, and so they have to be placed out of county, and I have 1 person in Prescott right now. Sometimes we have to place also in Payson. I'm the steward of the county's resources for our citizens to administer fiduciary services when court appointed as guardian, conservator, decedent's estates, court investigations, and then of course we handle any community referrals and intake that comes through. My office was established in 1974 by the adoption of the Uniform Probate Code, and I mentioned that my office runs the Indigent Decedents program already. Asset-wise, we are asset poor but very wise. We have just our 1 vehicle and the resources that maintain our office, and we also handle the county cemetery, which is a piece of land over at Mountain View Cemetery off the road, back a little ways to the Italian cypress trees to the hedge. And so we actually maintain, my department has been maintaining that land and trying to maintain that since 2004. And I hope to work with Susie and Mike and risk management. Yeah, where's Jean? Anyway, Jean, and hopefully we can look at other options for that solution. But that is a future possible issue that you may or may not see. We'll see if we can get it settled internally first. And you don't see very much of me. I have been to 1 board meeting where I had to present, and it was on a medical examiner issue, which I'm not even in charge of that anymore. Yvonne Orr is. So that's the good news, for me at least. And my staff and I we're really good in this statewide. Our performance is incredible. We were audited by the Administrative Office of the Courts, the AOC, in 2010 in February. June 2011, I was in a room with the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court and a bunch of people, statewide people, and Nancy Swetnam, who runs the licensing division, had referenced our county as being the best audit the AOC ever had over a fiduciary's office, and I was highly complimented by that. We serve on local bioethics committees to help make life and death decision making for persons who either don't have someone who can, or the person's decisions are maybe not in the best interest of the patient. We serve on financial exploitation committees when there are groups in our county. Those groups seem to have a hard time staying fluid. Area Agency on Aging in WACOG, we work closely with all those agencies. And I just want to add that we put on the 3rd annual Best Boot Camp, Arizona Public Fiduciaries only, boot camp in this past summer, September. And it was 11 counties came, we had 52 attendees, and it was 24 hours of CEUs, and it was pretty phenomenal. So anyway, that's us. Please come by and visit anytime you like, and I look forward to seeing you on Thursday.
In the interest of time, we're going to have 1 more presentation from the Criminal Justice Services. However, for the Public Works and Developmental Services, if it's okay for the supervisor-elect, you will be going to their department on Friday, and I think at that point they'll give their presentations there so that you'll be able to leave early today. Is that going to be okay? All right. I would like to introduce Ms. Dana Levesque, Mr. Dana Levesque, I'm sorry. Mr. Dana Levesque for the Criminal Justice Services.
Well, the good news, Supervisor like Moss, is we definitely will get you out on time. I just want to talk briefly. We have direct responsibility in CJS, or the Deputy County Manager's Office, of 5 separate departments. The Contracts Department, the Public Defender, Legal Defender, Office of Juvenile Representation, and the Appellate Defender. Our responsibility only goes to non-case specific issues. We don't deal with cases or legal issues related to their clients, only to the overall administration and management of the office. As was shown in the original slide, we also have liaison responsibilities delegated by the county manager to all of the other criminal justice agencies. We have no direct authority over those agencies. We simply work with them on a variety of issues. All total, this represents 615 or 660 employees in the justice system within Mohave County. The operational and budgets, I just wanted to show that there's a significant difference in general funds and non-general funds. The overall indigent defense budget is about 5.7, justice courts 4.1, probation 7.5, clerk of the court 3.3, superior court 5.8, county attorney about 8.8, our constables only 381,000, our sheriff 24.7 million. And interestingly, in these, when you get all done, not only is the overall budget about 60.5 million, but it consists of, I believe it was 24 general funds and 103 non-general funds across the criminal justice system. Our responsibility from the county managers to work with those individual departments and the elected officials to understand, work through those funds, and particularly help them protect as much as possible those funds from legislative raids and sweeps, and work with outside agencies to do so. We do have no authority over exactly how they spend their money, although we are known to help make recommendations, as Lisa can attest to. The Public Defender's Office is on 318 North 5th Street. You'll get to see that tomorrow. They also have a satellite office in the Lake Havasu City College Drive building, which they share with the Legal Defender and Juvenile Defender. Legal Defender has an office on 313 Pine Street, and the Appellate Defender has a whopping 100 square feet in the 316 North 5th Street that they share on the Criminal Justice Services floor. The Office of the Juvenile Defender has the lower level in that same building, and the Contracts Office has 2 offices in that building. In terms of functional responsibilities, they're fairly standard. The Public Defender is the primary office of assignment for criminal cases in which the court orders counsel to be assigned. If they cannot handle those cases are sent to the Legal Defender's Office as a primary source. If they can't be handled by the Legal Defender, they're sent out to contract. Conversely, on the juvenile side, the Juvenile Office is the primary source to handle all representation of juveniles of any sort. We get sometimes where we're actually ordered to represent children in a divorce proceeding because the parents are not necessarily looking after the best interests of the children. If the Office of Juvenile Representation cannot handle the case because of a conflict, the Legal Defender becomes the first conflict office, and the Public Defender becomes the second conflict office. The Appellate Defender essentially handles all the appeals for everything that happens in the county, criminally and delinquency, unless they have a conflict with that. The Contracts Division essentially serves as a central intake point for all cases. They enter it in the database, they look for conflicts, they assign the case to an agency or to a private contractor, depending on what information is in the system. If a later conflict arises, they reassign the case as appropriate. They monitor the case assignments across the contractors to make sure that there's an even distribution, that no one contractor is getting a lot more cases than another, and that they're randomly assigned. They take calls from the courts and deal with issues with their contract counsel when, for instance, an attorney doesn't show up at court or something happens that needs additional resolution.
They'll track and enter all the associated costs in a case. Those costs are actually run and audited by myself and my administrative supervisor, but they'll actually take and enter that in the database so that we can track all of the costs on a per case basis. And we can break down where we're spending our money based on case type, based on contract attorney, based on court. We can cross-reference virtually anything. Criminal Justice Services itself, which again is essentially myself and the administrative supervisor, we coordinate the cost accounting and billing for all prison cases coming out of the MTC facility out in Yucca. Right now, we're billing and receiving approximately $750,000 a year out of that arrangement. As we discussed, we provide the centralized administrative functions for all the indigent defense offices. My administrative supervisor is essentially the super office supervisor over all of those offices when it comes to budgeting, office supplies, and merit rule-based personnel issues. We work on database security with information technology. Right now, there's one database for all those offices. In order for that to happen, there has to be extremely tight security so that no one agency can see any other agency's information. We're constantly checking that, monitoring it, making sure that stays in place. We basically work with that database to make sure that we reduce the number of data entries from point to point, reduce the redundancy in things that are going on, and are able to cross-track and cross-reference the work to be able to audit outside vendors. Very often when we send a case to an outside contractor, it's because there's a co-defendant. If there's a co-defendant, we can actually take that outside contractor's bills, cross-reference them to the work that an interior or an internal attorney is doing. We can also cross-reference to the court system, pull minute orders. We recently did an audit on a contractor that was billing 1.5 hours for what was a fairly standard type of hearing, and it showed up 4 times on one bill for standard hearings. We went in and pulled the documents from the court system, and they were about 2 or 3 minutes apiece. And we allowed that contractor to understand the importance of accurate billing and to explain, and otherwise told them that they were going to be audited for the next 2 or 3 months until we were satisfied their billings were reconciled. We will cross-reference with the county attorney a lot on what's going on with the case when bills come in like that. We have oversight of contracts and IGAs relative to restoration to competency. We have 2 contracts for restoration of competency. One is with Yavapai County, one is with Pima County. The Yavapai County costs, we're running about $36,000 per individual. We had an opportunity to contract with Pima County at a flat $20,000 per person. So when they called and asked if they could keep somebody a while longer, we were happy to allow them to do that. We also deal with the jail per diem fees. We work with the cities to lower those fees, and I think if you talk to those city managers, they'll convey that we're always looking for ways to do that in conjunction with OMB. I think we spoke briefly on the tour on Friday that we're trying to eliminate transportation from that per diem, but then we would hold them accountable if they're not utilizing the video jail system, and they all want to get on that to continue to further reduce their jail per diem costs. We work on cross-agency technologies. We worked with the sheriff and the courts on the video court, the installation of the remote video visitation, the bat phones, and we've been responsible for tracking criminal justice-related legislation across the county over the years. In addition to the contracts and IGAs on restoration to competency, we did subleases with CBS or CPS, Child Protective Services, the kiosk they mentioned in ADOT. We're in negotiations with Kingman Regional Medical Center to drive down our inmate medical costs, and we routinely meet with Mohave Mental Health over issues related to their Title 36 billing and have a good relationship with them. We constantly implement and refine performance measurements so that we can identify opportunities for additional cost reductions or cost savings. And we deal with interagency data exchanges. Right now, we were lucky to get a federal grant called the National Criminal History Improvement Project, NCHIP, where we're actually working with the Administrative Office of Courts to pull data down from their system and put it in our local databases so we can eliminate the data entry costs that are associated with that. We deal with cross-agency complaints. We have one now where the county attorney is complaining about the public defender, and occasionally the sheriff will complain about the county attorney or the public defender, and we kind of mediate that and make sure things go fairly smoothly. And lastly, we will work with each of the agencies on human resource issues. We were happy to help the county attorney out on a few. We've helped the courts out on a few. The sheriff has pretty much been freestanding and not had to worry about it. We have worked with the justice courts to assist, and we always work in conjunction with human resources. On awards and special recognitions on committees, basically we have legislative as assigned. I've been appointed to 3 legislative committees over the years. The Joint Study Committee on State Funding of the Court System, the Youthful Sex Offender Committee, and the Criminal Street Gang and Organized Crime Committee at the legislature. We'll deal with other statewide agencies as appropriate. APAC is the Arizona Prosecuting Attorneys Council. AOC is the Administrative Office of Courts, the Sheriff's Association, Arizona Criminal Justice Commission, Department of Corrections, the Arizona Public Defenders Association. There was a very big joint effort between all those agencies when the state was looking to shift prisoners back on the county. And we did a lot of work with all of them to get that stopped. Also with the local Criminal Justice Coordinating Commission, meets once every 2 months bi-monthly, and basically just keeps everybody updated on projects that are going on. We also work with the National Criminal Justice Association, National District Attorneys Association, and the American Council of Chief Defenders. I'm hoping I'm going to get you out of here by 5. Yeah, we're going to. We did win a NACO Achievement Award in 2012 for the overall structure of the way we've organized things within the county to implement and facilitate everybody kind of working together on a systemic basis. 5 of the attorneys and 5 support members within the indigent defense community have received statewide recognition for their efforts over the last decade. Between the revenue we generate in MTC, money we save at Mohave Mental Health, contract restructuring, we're able to make about a $1.5 million net positive impact on the county's finances every year. Obviously, we talked about the remote video visitation and the bat phone, phenomenally reducing costs for the jail. We talked about the importing sentencing data. I was elected to serve on the National Board of Directors for the National Criminal Justice Association and currently do so. Am a certified public manager and was recently designated a credentialed manager by the International City and County Managers Association. Question.
I would like to apologize to Developmental Services for not being able to give your presentation today, but I hope that you'll be able to see them on Friday when they come to your facility and we'll be able to deliver it. That is, in a nutshell, the Mohave County governance structure as of today. And I hope that you gain an insight of all the complex programs, projects, and services we provide. But one thing that's important, I think, is that there's a commitment from all the management team to deliver good services to your constituents, to the residents of Mohave County, and more importantly, I think that we're committed to good customer service as well. So we thank you for your time.